So, Tyrion Cuthbert, Attorney of the Arcane. Folks, if you know anything about me, I like many things. Yu-Gi-Oh! Is one of them, but I also love my video games. And of those video games, I also like my visual novels. I've played my Danganronpas, I've played my Zero Escapes, but most importantly, I've played my Phoenix Wrights. This has been pitched to me as Phoenix Wright, but with magic. And I think it is very interesting to add something as esoteric as magic to a setting of law where, you know, you have to have very specific things line up in a particular way, so I gotta expand on that one. You know, you're trying to figure out the logical chain of events in a physical world that's real, that I feel like it's very upended in terms of magic, which I'm sure the developers will have thought of, so I'm thinking that maybe magic has a very strict application in this world. There are ways to logic out how the magic works so that it can be applied to a situation like this. We will see how it is. I have not seen any reviews for this game, so this game could just be like, you know, it not hit the mark, but we will see for ourselves. Have you played Murder of Sonic the Hedgehog? I have heard of it, but I have not played that game. I have not played that. That's like it's an April Fool's joke, right? Not that it can't be good because it's an April Fool's joke, but that's like what it was billed as, right? Let's get started. There's 5 cases in here. This is a full-fledged ass game. This is a whole ass system. I ain't waiting for episodes like Of the Devil, which, you know, I could go for more of them. I'm just saying, if Nth Circle, if you have any more episodes, I would love to have them, please. No disrespect meant, but I would love a 3rd episode, please. Do you just get surprise clients you have to defend? We're gonna find out. We're gonna find out how this whole system works in a pub. The Cold-Hearted Aristocrat. The April Fool's is that it's a good game in the Sonic series. Wow! Sig Burn. Alright. Cold-Hearted Aristocrat. In the kingdom of Wivengard, there was a gulf between what was lawful and what was just. Artificery ran in the houses of the aristocrats. Disease and vermin ran through the homes of the common folk. People suffered. People died. Also, the mages of the nobility could keep their plates full and their lives comfortable. Nevertheless, they still wanted us to have the illusion of hope. They challenged us to win, leaving out the fact that they were the ones setting the rules. Many just threw up their hands, and no one could blame them. You could never lose if you never played. Gee, that's bleak. Okay, so like this is Phoenix Wright. Like you can see this is Phoenix Wright. You can all see that this is just Phoenix Wright. Not just Phoenix Wright, but they're clearly taking the inspiration from it, which is good. Watch the final boss be you showing up to court and your client turns the corner. It's Griffith from Berserk. You're probably losing that case. I don't know. I think I can make a pretty good case for Griffith's innocence. Give me time to prepare and I will be the courtroom Batman. I'll get it figured out. Okay, so Reese Rudolph, occupation servant, age 34, arcane art, none. They got no quirk. This is the Izuku Midoriya of the magic world. I was transporting a client in my carriage that evening. We were driving by the McCoy Tavern when we heard a disturbance. Worried that something was amiss, I walked into the establishment to see what the commotion was about. That was when I saw the defendant, lit by the blue glow of the dining room lights. She had stabbed Flintheart, and her sword was shining with magical energy. Mr. Rudolph, you testified that you saw my client murdering the victim, and you supposedly saw her casting magic while doing so. Occupation defense attorney, age 20. Also no arcane art. Okay, so will we unlock one later? Are we just born with it? We'll see. Yes, I could never forget it. It was burned into my memory. I see. It's funny that you say that. What? Because your entire testimony was a complete lie. What? Oh, she's got a cane. Incredible. Already digging the design. Arya Steelwind, arcane art evocation, age 18 prosecutor. What are you trying to imply, Mr. Cuthbert? The slam. Steelwind, think. Oh, I pressed the R2 button. My bad. Steelwind, think about the state of the crime scene. The witness couldn't have seen anything, much less a homicide. Maybe their rules and institutions were impossible. Maybe I was just a grain of sand trying to stand against an ocean. But I would never stop rising, no matter how many times they tried to drown me. I would do it again and again if it meant that I could give hope to even one person. That was was why I fought. Case 1. The cold-hearted aristocrat. Ooh. Okay, we got a little in the action there. A little in medias res for a bit. Sweat was soaked through my suit. The air of the countryside was choking me. I fumbled with the leather reins, tugging at them tightly. Where did this idiot learn how to drive? Occupation, horse. Name, horse. Arcane art, none. I don't know about that. Horse can talk. Animals were funny like that. You'd never know it, but they were constantly making their objections known. I caught many complaints like that through my eye of Horus. Oh? Cuthbert, keep the carriage steady. Ruby Tamora, occupation attorney, age 46, my mentor and legal guardian. She raised me after my mother was killed and taught me everything I know about being an attorney. Nova's cute and valid, amazing and important, especially when I love them so much. Well, I love you, Faye. Thank you for getting me this sweet-ass game. I super appreciate it. Thank you for being the sponsor of today's stream. This stream is actually sponsored by Hey Faye Faye. Did you all know that? You will have to say thank you to Faye now. It's the law. And then tell her that she's cute and adorable and amazing. That's all very important things that you have to do now that she's here. Because it's true. Yes, Miss Tamora. My mentor barely looked up from her runestone. She was staring at some magical projection, probably some court files from a case she was working on. I stared longer than I should have. I just passed the legal certification exam, which only meant that a runestone of my own was coming my way. I just had to prove myself, and this trip was the perfect opportunity. Dissidence was brewing in the countryside, and we were on our way to meet with one of the voices of the revolution. The village we were driving to was nearly at the edge of the eastern border, far from the capital city in the kingdom's center. Here, we ran the risk of running into the military forces deployed to silence voices like his. Whoever this Flintheart McCoy was, Miss Tamora's business with him must have been worth all this trouble. Miss Tamora, maybe you should switch with me? And what would you learn if I did that? Maybe I was worried about nothing. Practical experience was always a key part of learning, whenever she was involved. Why else would she quietly sit there immersed in her court files? Ah! Did that rock just scream out in pain? I grabbed the reins and pulled them with everything that I had. The horse slowed to a stop. The child was lying face down in the dirt. A puddle of red was pooling under her. Scaled Lord! I wasn't sure what to do. I wish I'd never procrastinated reading those first aid books. I looked at my mentor. She'd approached the scene quietly and slowly. Her eyes went to the child, then to the surrounding forest. She seemed to be searching for something. She was wearing the same expression she used when inspecting a crime scene. Why would a kid be out in the middle of no— Help this kid! Miss Tamora. I say we keep driving and never speak of this again. Miss Tamora, she's just a child. Oh, the pain. I can see the light. I caught a puzzling thought through my eye of Horus. Oh, are they are they it looked like they were faking it. We're adding the Athena Sykes. We're adding the emotion detector. Hell yeah. That was a fun mechanic. It was a little weird to get used to, but I thought it added some cool flavor to the Phoenix Wright cases. Late to his cue, a man clad in plate armor leaped out of some nearby bushes and stumbled towards us. He planted his feet firmly on the ground in front of us, puffing out his chest. By the Scaled Lord, look what you've done! The Scaled Lord? I think I can see him. My family, who all died of the plague in 589, they're also there. Her lines were historically accurate. Damn it, I'll measure that plague is overkill. Oh yeah, we got some mind reading capabilities here. The poor child, she's dead because of you. This is a serious crime. The fine is 10, no, 20 gold pieces. Look at that carriage. They're probably aristocrats visiting House Pierce. 20 gold pieces. The average sentence for vehicular manslaughter was 2 years of imprisonment. Obtained evidence, vehicular manslaughter. In the Kingdom of Wivengard, the average sentence for vehicular manslaughter is 2 years of imprisonment. There is no fine. I'll have no choice but to arrest you unless you can pay this fine. Oh, that's what this is. I side-eyed the child, apparently named Alma. I spotted tiny tomato seeds in her pool of blood. You might want to call someone to retrieve Alma's body then. Her eyes opened and her head whipped up to look at me. We locked eyes for a second before her head fell back to the ground. I looked at my mentor again, but she just leaned her head and gestured towards the two con artists. It appeared that I was being given another learning opportunity. I couldn't complain, though. I didn't appreciate being treated like an easy mark. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Shoot. Combat. Arguments. You've started an argument. Defeat your opponent by lowering their confidence. Picking the correct options will do damage to your opponent. However, picking the wrong options will do damage to your confidence. Use context clues to determine what options to pick so you can defeat your opponent with facts and logic. Anyways, what'll it be? You'll be taken to the barracks. Will you pay the fine, or do we need to sort this out at the barracks? Okay, during arguments, you'll sometimes be asked to pick out one of 3 possible dialogue responses. The correct dialogue will depend on the context of your opponent's claim and their psychological profile. Okay, so it does say what we'll do. It does say what we'll actually say. Call, comply, negotiate. So, okay, I guess we can spare that much gold. I was just mistaken. Overlook this. Yeah, so it's call, right? Because, you know, they're messing with us. Certainly. Why don't you bring us back to your barracks? But it is strange that you'd bring us to your barracks instead of the dungeons. You'll also probably want to call your unit to escort us. After all, it'd be dangerous for one knight to transport 2 criminals by himself. Shut up! Don't think you can talk your way out of this! Pay the fine for your crimes! Are you seriously going to make me take you in? Just pay the damned fine! During arguments, you'll sometimes be asked to present pieces of evidence in response to a claim. Look at your opponent's claim carefully and present the item that contradicts it. Yeah, so we have the... Yes, we have some vehicular manslaughter to show you. Except a crime like this wouldn't involve a fine at all. What? Vehicular manslaughter has an average sentence of 2 years of imprisonment. With the death of a child, though, I can see the Crown pushing for more than that. Who the hell are you? I'm a defense attorney. I can recite every one of the kingdom's laws back to you. The knight looked nervously between Miss Tamora and me. That's it! His hand shot to the rusty sword hanging from his side. He fumbled with it for a bit before pulling it out and waving at us. I took a step back. My mentor put herself in front of me. I'll use violence if I have to. I can't move that well in this fake armor. Enough talk. Give us the gold and I won't have to hurt either of you. During arguments, your Eye of Horus will show you your opponent's thoughts and emotions after they make a claim. Compare your opponent's thoughts to the claim to pick the correct option. Use when the opponent's thought contradicts the evidence. Use when the opponent's thought contradicts their claim. Use when the opponent's emotions contradict their claim. So that's like thought, right? Because, yeah. I started his plate armor. On a closer look, it seemed to be varnished wood, painted to give off a metallic sheen. I reached past his sword and knocked on his breastplate. It let out a hollow thunk instead of a resonating clang. I didn't know the kingdom was cutting back. Would this even protect you in a fight? Are you threatening me? With litigation, perhaps. I have a sword. You won't use it. Look, let's just cut the charade. It's not happening. Argument 1. Now go pick up the chess pieces all strewn over this ground. It happens every time we start an argument. I don't know what's happening. Alma rose from the dead and began wiping the rotten, crushed tomatoes off her shirt. Sorry, I thought that stuff about the plague would help. I'm tired of eating porridge. Don't worry about it. It's still morning. Someone else will come by. The road's been empty for days. What if they're the only ones? The Kingdom of Wivengard, established 613 years ago by the 7 High Archmages, ruled by King Olivier and the mages of his nobility. They'll often preach that our large kingdom was a land of prosperity and happiness, a nation where its people shared the wealth and the succor created by its magic. Here. I took out a neatly wrapped sandwich from my satchel and handed it to Alma. What? You'll probably find this more filling than porridge. The man narrowed his eyes, appraising me like the knight he'd been impersonating. He snatched the wrapped sandwich from me, peeled back the bread to inspect its contents. His mouth salivated as he caught a whiff of the sliced deli meat. No poison to be found, apparently. He handed it to Alma, who eagerly began munching down on it. I was probably the first person to share any wealth or succor with them in a long time. Just tell me one thing. What gave it away? The fact that I could read your mind, dumbass. Look, I have the Curse of Ra. What do you mean? I spent a while sanding down this armor down. I had to go through 3 attempts just to get it perfectly smooth. I even mixed the paint myself. It's got the sheen and everything. How'd you know it was fake? I thought to myself for a while. You clearly went for woad, matter, and weld for your paint. I'm also guessing you used a touch of gall ink for the shadows. They're decent choices if you're trying to paint a shield, but they're useless if you're trying to mimic the complex nooks and edges of plate armor. He just blinked at me. Seriously? Plate doesn't tint that way. Real plate catches the ambient lights in cold tones. Your mix is a little too warm. He shook his head wide-eyed. Are we bullshitting? There's no way that's true. Cuthbert? Was that stuff about the paint really true? No, I just read it from his mind. Did you see the look on his face? I kind of understand why my mom enjoyed fortune-telling so much. She said nothing in response. Her eyes were locked on my satchel, now 1 meal short. I'll be fine. They've probably skipped a lot more meals than I have. In case you've forgotten, they were trying to scam us. If they really wanted to hurt anyone, they'd throw away that fake armor and just use the sword. We should be helping our fellow commoners, right? Isn't that why we practice law? Just don't expect me to share my lunch with you. I spent a good 15 minutes haggling for those sandwiches. Do we even need to haggle? It's a matter of principle. You give anyone an inch and they'll take a mile. We arrived at Cornhaven, but I smelled the stench before I even spotted the village. Like the banned corn? The smell of rotting meat and excrement hung in the air. I had to fight the urge to retch. But I did my best to swallow my disgust. I'd been begging Mr. Moore to take me on her outings for years. I couldn't show weakness now. Are you okay? I'm fine. I was just surprised. I just realized what you were playing. I bagged this when it was a Kickstarter. Oh, sick! So does that mean that you've played it? Do you have any thoughts on the game? Did you expect the ruling lord to install modern plumbing in a village like this? I guess I never really thought about it. You'll get used to it once you've traveled more. This is just how things are in the outer regions. It really made me appreciate the clean and sanitary streets of the capital. There, the streets and the homes were loaded with artificer. It's artificery, I think it is. I'm going to say artificery. We had clean and running water. We had lights that didn't rely on oil and flame. It was as if this village existed in a different time period. D&D nonsense mixed with bullshit of Ace Attorney. I loved it. Good. Glad to hear. Glad to hear that it found a good balance of that. I reprimanded myself. I wasn't above this. The people here were commoners, just like me. They only lived like this out of a lack of care from the kingdom. Take a left here. The tavern should be at the edge of town. If the reports are right, this should be the place. Is this really a meeting place for dissidents against the crown? Flintheart had done an amazing job of disguising his headquarters as a rundown shack. The tavern's been shut down for a few years. Nowadays, Flintheart McCoy just uses it to host his rallies. Hey, you lot! The McCoy Tavern is closed! The dissident leader stormed towards our carriage as we parked. He had a roughness to him that matched the state of his tavern. He was practically growling at us with every word. He got close to Miss Tumora's face, his feet planted firmly on the ground. She was unflinching, of course, standing her ground as he leered at the two of us. I take it you're Flintheart McCoy? What's it to you? Bang! Flintheart McCoy. Occupation, unemployed. Age, 52. Leader of a revolutionary faction in Cornhaven and owner of the McCoy Tavern. He seems to have an extreme grudge against mages and the nobility, but that sentiment tends to be common nowadays. What case are you on? We just started. This is the Cold-Hearted Aristocrat, I think it was called. We just got past our first argument phase. Sorry for not writing ahead of time, but my messages weren't getting through. I'm Ruby Tamora. I've been trying to get in touch with you, Flinthawk. Huh? His eyes narrowed for a bit before widening in recognition of the name. Wait, Ruby Tamora? Why didn't you say so? Come on in! His tone flipped to jovial in an instant. Now it was as if he was greeting an old friend. I was surprised people out here even knew who she was. I'd have thought the infamy had only spread through the city. I guess he acknowledged her as an ally. They both had a common enemy, after all. Oh, Living Lyrics Recordings, thank you so much for following here on the Orbital platform. I hope you enjoy your stay. Clearly, my mastery of unlyriced words is not a match for your own. Excuse the mess, we haven't exactly seen a lot of guests. It's fine. My mentor looked around warily as she brushed aside a spider web hanging in front of her. So, what brings you here? I doubt someone like you has anything to see out here. One of my clients has been trying to talk to you. We have a proposition that you'll be interested in. I raised my eyebrow at her. This was the first time I'd heard of this client. Did someone give you this, or have you been eyeing this for a while? I have been eyeing this for a while, and thankfully my good friend, whom I love and respect and adore, Hey Feifei, gifted it to me during Christmas time. And playing this is a breach of our friendship because I did offer to stream it with her at some point, and this is me breaking that promise. But I just couldn't stay away. So you know, this is how important you are to me. This is what you all bring out, this dark evilness within me. That being said, Faye, if you got some time, the invitation is always open. Doors always open to join me on stream. I know I don't stream in a public thing, but if you're still here, I always love hanging out with my friends. Cousins. I can't hear their username without immediately hearing activate Lucky Punt. Yes, everyone's favorite coin flipping hooligan, Hey Feifei, is responsible for this. Is there any way we can talk in private? I've got a bunch of empty rooms upstairs. Perfect. Cuthbert, stay here for a moment. Don't you need my help? There's no need for that. How was there no need? The Eye of Horus could extract anything she needed from him. That glare overruled my objection before I could get it out. Without another word, they went up the stairs. I drummed my hands on the dusty table, looking around the tavern. It definitely had a lot of personality, if one counted dust and insects as character traits. Faint murmurs echoed from the ceiling, slightly stressed. It sounded like their conversation was becoming more frustrated. I brought out a small chessboard from my satchel. Even after a decade, it had served me well. Chess could be played with one person, something that I'd always taken advantage of. I had a match with the Duke of Commerce scheduled in a few months. I wasn't too worried about him, but I might as well take this opportunity. Protagonist has some savage lines, bro. I can't wait to hear them. So, Tyrion, this is very interesting. So they're very clearly based on Phoenix Wright for all of this, but they are making a strong distinction between Tyrion and Phoenix, where Tyrion, I don't know if they're trying to express that he's like hyper competent, especially because they introduce him not being like a horse driver, but he has a level of self-confidence. Like, he's not sitting here questioning if he should be here. Rather, it seems like he knows he should be here. He's looking to prove himself. So he's got a bit more of like an Apollo energy to him. Though Apollo also had some issues with self-confidence. So I don't know. It's an I don't know if it's interesting necessarily, but it is a different character take. But I'm interested to see where that goes, because we've taken away a very relatable angle that I think the Phoenix Wright series used very well to endear us to our character Cypher here. So with a main character that's already very confident and at least so far has been competent in what we're supposed to be doing, what are like the things that endear us to this character? I suppose we will find out. I guess his charity was pretty good, despite, beating the word soup out of his opponents recently. He still had the wherewithal to share his food, so he's a kind-hearted guy. Sometimes you have to have a badass bitch taking the wheel. Sometimes. Though usually it takes until the last act to do it. And checkmate. I lost again while playing as White. That was 3 times now. Oh, hello. Statistically, White was more likely to win, so why was I performing better as Black? Was I becoming overconfident as White because it had an advantage? Hello? That very advantage could be affecting my choices and making me play suboptimally. If a personality quirk was making me play like this, then I needed to identify and correct it. Hey! Ah! I nearly toppled out of my seat when she tapped me on the shoulder. She stepped back and flashed me a soft grin. Her body swayed playfully, amused by how flustered I was. Her posture was unguarded. It was as if she'd never felt threatened in her life. She was holding a large exotic sword in her right hand, but I barely even noticed it. As her warm and bright aura washed over me, it pulled away any tension and unease I might have felt. Sorry, I was distracted. You know the McCoy Tavern is closed, right? But if you're okay with keeping things off the books, I can prepare a room for you. No, that's fine. I'm just waiting for my mentor to finish speaking with Flintheart. Oh, someone's talking to my dad? Your dad? I'm Flintheart's daughter, Celeste. Celeste McCoy, occupation mercenary, sick, age 19, the only daughter of Flintheart McCoy. She's cheerful and sweet, and also a little intimidating. Yeah, I would be too if I was standing next to someone who was from ReZero. See what I mean by D&D nonsense? Tell me that doesn't sound like a DM setting this scene. I'm with it. That is, I'm feeling some vibes, some table-based vibes. I'm Tyrion. Nice to meet you. Do you know when they'll be done? I wanted to show them something. The mumbling upstairs was becoming more frustrated. Celeste tilted her head as she looked at the ceiling, but she soon got distracted by my chessboard. See, the in medias res at the beginning was very important because now we have set up the tension now. Magical sword, exotic sword that she has. Folks, classic case 2 energy. We're going right to case 2. Wait, this game is chess, isn't it? Are you playing against someone? Oh, I was playing by myself, actually. Oh. Playing alone helps me hone my strategies. Plenty of professionals do it. Don't worry about it. I'm not the type to shame a man for playing with himself. She just chuckled as she drank in my reaction. I looked away from her before clearing my throat. Have you ever played it before? I've read about it in some books a while ago. This room is always so dusty. Inviting herself, she sat down on the chair opposite mine. She brushed off some dust from the table with her sleeve and began setting up her side of the board. Where does the horse go again? The horse! Checkmate. It only took 2 moves. She'd fallen into a classic trap. I felt a little guilty, but my mentor always said that failure was the best teacher. Wait, what? Already? How'd you do that? See, this is the funny thing about chess, right? Because you can lose in 2 moves, and then some peasant who hasn't played chess in like 10 years will come up and be all like, when I played chess, no one could ever lose in 2 turns. Chess would always go to at least turn 7 or 8, maybe even 10 or 20. But nowadays, you can just OTK someone with 1 combo in chess, and then it's all over. And it's like, man, I'm tired of you people complaining about it. If you don't know how to use your pawns, don't play chess. It's just that simple, okay? Don't fall for blunders. Sounds suspiciously Yu-Gi-Oh! Coded. It's not Yu-Gi-Oh! Coded at all. No one said this about Yu-Gi-Oh! at all. This is all chess complaints that I hear constantly. As Golden Nova chess, this is my livelihood. Everyone say hi to Tempest. Everyone say hi to Tempest. You are now obligated. Tempest is here. You have to say hi to her. Yes, hello. Yes, hello. Yes, hello. Sorry, stream break. Stream break. Tempest is here. Sorry. Excuse me, sorry. Okay. How did you do that? I decided against telling her the name of that mate. She just grumbled under her breath as we both moved our pieces back into place. So, what kind of business does your mentor have with my dad? I'm honestly not sure. She doesn't really tell me much. I think it has something to do with his dissidence against the crown. Sorry, should I not be saying that out loud? It's fine. She stroked her chin as her hand moved and hesitated over each of her pieces. She hadn't realized that she'd been led into another trap. Here! She moved her knight into position to attack my queen. She blocked my initial assault on her king, but... Checkmate. A scholar's mate this time. What? How do you keep doing that? The more you play, the more you'll be able to recognize specific boards. You'll get the hang of it in time. She glared at the board. I glanced at the ceiling. Miss Tamora and Flynnhart's argument was only getting worse. It didn't sound like they would be done anytime soon. I figured out what the problem is. Is it that you keep mobilizing your pieces without intention? It's food, Tyrion. I need food. She stood up and stomped towards the kitchen, but not before spinning around back to me. We are not done. Don't you dare leave. A few minutes later, she returned carrying a gigantic slab of cooked meat on a small plate. Just one flank. I stared at it for a while, wondering if she was planning to eat all of that in one sitting. She began setting up her side of the board with one hand while holding a fork and knife in the other. The Wolverine tactic. She was somehow twirling both utensils in her right hand to switch between them. Oh, say. She delicately carved a small bit of meat with a knife before spitting to a fork to bring it to her mouth. She tilted her head at me and swallowed the bite whole. Hey, it's her move. Right. A woman after my own heart. I'm with her. I'm with Celeste so far. For someone who had never played before, she was quickly improving with each game. It took me a while before I even noticed, but she was adapting to my strategies and trying to use them against me. She caught me unawares a few times. At the rate she was learning, she could easily surpass a nationally ranked noble with enough practice. You can't lick the green screen, Tempest. It's full of evil chemicals. I don't know if that's true. But she has to hear it, otherwise she'll keep licking. She loves her stimming. Checkmate. But I'd been playing this game far longer than she had, and I was ranked far above the average noble. She just narrowed her eyes at me. How are you always one step ahead of me? It's like you're reading my mind. I could, but I never allowed myself to when playing. I'll get you this time. She began placing the pieces back in place when her stomach growled loudly. Celeste blinked at me, startled for a moment. Then she giggled. Excuse me? Have you eaten anything? No. Oh. She looked around for a moment before her eyes went to her slab of mystery meat. Do you want some? Oh, Tempest. Crawling all over the place, she fell. She's okay. You want some? We have a lot. No, I couldn't possibly. My stomach reprimanded me with another loud rumble. Against my protest, she spun the knife in her hand and carved a bite of meat. She started to playfully wave the fork in front of my face expectantly. Do you have another fork? Come on, don't be like that. I wanted to object, but I was too hungry to argue. I just bit down on the fork. That was when I felt quite the jarring texture. The meat was tough and fibrous. I had to consciously chew through the leathery sinew lest I choke on it. I'd never tasted such a distinct, greasy tang before. I realized that I never actually asked her where this meat came from. How was she eating this so quickly? How is it? Well, it's certainly unique. Yeah, bear meat is kind of weird like that. Yeah, bear meat, just whatever. Oh, okay. As I questioned every decision that had led me to this point, Miss Tamora and Flynnhart came down from upstairs. My mentor's face was stoic as always, but some frustration bled through. That was never a good sign. Hi, Dad. Oh, hello, sweetie. Flynnhart's expression lit up as his daughter rushed over to him. My mentor glanced at the chessboard on the table. She never really took an interest in chess, but she knew that I'd been undefeated since I was 10 years old. Don't feel too bad about losing to him. He's nationally ranked. What? You never told me that. I can't believe you'd exploit a newbie. If only... Is that what your suit is for? Are you some kind of traveling chess player? No, chess is just a hobby. I'm a defense attorney. I didn't even know we had attorneys in Wivengard. They were definitely a dying breed. The competent ones, anyway. Speaking of, we should probably get going. I hate to refuse you after you came all this way. I respect what you're doing, but I won't work with these mages of yours. Mages? Miss Tamura had mentioned that before. Was this mystery client a mage? Anyways, it's getting late. If you leave now, you probably won't get to the city until morning. Alright, she's right. These parts are crawling with brigands and conmen. You wouldn't want to run into one of them after nightfall. I guess you have a point. Yeah, I guess I said wyvern in a weird way. I said wyvern like a butt. The tavern has plenty of empty rooms. Why don't you stay here till morning? It's the least I can do after you came all this way. Fine. I'm not exactly in a rush to get back to that carriage. Is it a woman guard? Folks, I don't guard women because I think women can take care of themselves, but I would if they asked. Sweetie, can you help me with the... He paused, his eyes focused on the giant slab of meat on the table. Did you kill another bear? We barely got through the last one. What are we supposed to do with all this greasy meat? Eat it! That's what it's for! How are you even killing these things? It's not that hard. You just have to keep up with them. For Lord's sake, you're bloody insane. Oh, why did the Scaled Lord curse me with a rabid wolf instead of a daughter? This rabid wolf is keeping your family fed. Do you know how many commoners in Wyverngard are starving? Don't talk to me like I'm the child. The two continued their bickering as they went up the staircase. How do you expect to find a good husband while you're out in the woods wrestling bears? Excuse me, men are lining up to court me. I am a goddess. Goddess of war, more like. You're always coming home covered in blood and dirt. Valid. Valid. So, your talk with Flintheart didn't go well? Why can't he understand that all of this is bigger than him and his vendetta? I still have one thing we could use. Cuthbert. Celeste skipped back downstairs, pausing upon seeing the air between my mentor and me. We're done with your rooms. You can head upstairs if you want to rest up. Right. Thank you, Celeste. Silence followed us up the stairs until we arrived at our rooms. Miss Tamura's hand gripped the handle of the door, but she never turned it. I'm sorry. I didn't expect our discussion to go for that long. It's fine. I understand. I saw you playing chess with Flintheart's daughter earlier. Was everything okay? What do you mean? You're kind of a sore winner when you play. Only when my opponent's a noble. She caught on quickly. She was ridiculously good for a beginner. Playing against her was nice. Well, I suppose you are at that age. No, that's not what I meant. I never really get to play against other opponents outside of tournaments. And you only ever want to play shogi against me. Because shogi is clearly superior. It's complete anarchy is what it is. You just bring fallen pieces back to life like some kind of necromancer. It adds depth. Dropping adds a dimension of play that isn't present in chess. We both glared at each other silently, but all the tension from before had left. After a few moments, we just burst out laughing. You really have grown up, haven't you? You must have been only 10 when you suddenly showed up at my house. That was a long time ago. She stayed silent for a moment. I know that you're just trying to help. Then why won't you let me? Cuthbert, it's not the right time. I'm ready for this, Miss Tamura. You are. I know you are. That just made me raise an eyebrow at her. Then what's the issue here? Again, she just stayed silent. Get some rest. You'll need to prepare for the journey tomorrow. I winced at that thought. I'd completely forgotten that I'd have to wrangle those horses again. I opened the door and fell onto the bed inside. It wasn't long before night fell. Between driving that carriage and dealing with those con artists, I was exhausted. I fell asleep, but I felt uneasiness creep into me as the night went on. I felt myself being pulled away, brought elsewhere. Oh, that's a ominous celestial body. That is one full of bespoke omens. In every direction I looked, there was nothing. Only the glass-like floor I was standing on. Hello, Tempest. Hello. I saw my reflection in the floor. With each step I took, it rippled and shimmered. I knew that I was dreaming, but something deep inside me insisted that there was something real about this. Found. Whispers echoed through the realm. I spotted the small, dark silhouette of a person in the distance. She was silently staring at me and murmuring something under her breath. Finally found. She repeated the same phrase, almost like a chant. She looked practically giddy in anticipation of something. Oh, Lord, you can't do the... Oh, no, whoa, I didn't read that! Okay, so we're doing... Okay, cool. I woke up to the sound of shouting from downstairs. I clutched at my chest. My heart was racing, and I was drenched in sweat. That was just a nightmare. I tried to convince myself of that. I shook my head. Something else was happening downstairs. Those voices sounded like Celeste's and Flynnhart's, and they were only getting louder. Please, just let me explain. I don't want to hear it. They definitely weren't bickering about the bear meat this time. I want you out of my house. Get out! After that, there was only silence, followed by someone storming out of the tavern. The front door of the tavern slammed shut, the entire structure swaying from the force. I lay there, silent. What could they be arguing about this late at night? It really wasn't any of my business. Hi, Dad. Oh, hello, sweetie. Flynnhart's expression lit up as his daughter rushed over to him. The door creaked loudly as I eased it open and stepped out of my room. The hallway was completely dark. Not a single candle was lit. I stepped forward slowly, careful not to trip over anything. Flynnhart was trudging up the stairs when I bumped into him. I couldn't see his face, but judging from how he sounded earlier, I probably didn't want to. Sorry. Right, I forgot you two were... His voice trailed off. Is everything okay? Sorry. I'm just gonna... I slid past Flynnhart as I went down the stairs. He barely even noticed. I made my way to the dining room. There weren't any lights in the street. It was nearly pitch black. Hello? No answer. I looked at the entrance to the tavern. The door was hanging open. The wooden frame was cracked. I walked through this village streets, but there weren't any lights on. I regretted not taking a lantern on my way out. I heard a squelch as I accidentally stepped on something that was disgustingly soft. I tried my best to ignore it. Celeste? Celeste? Where are you? A groan echoed from one of the nearby shacks. A lantern flicked to life from behind the wooden door. An older man stepped out, squinting against the darkness of the night. Got any idea what time it is? He eyed me up and down, taking notice of how I was dressed. This ain't the city, boy. We like our peace and quiet after sundown. Right, sorry, I was just looking for Celeste. Who? Celeste McCoy. She's Flynnhart's daughter? Something in his expression shifted. Irritation turned into complete contempt. Do you know her? What do you want with that bastard? That damned mage? Huh? Was a whoop-a-whoop? What? Those two probably woke up half the town with their yelling. Look, I just want to make sure that she's safe. You got nothing to worry about there. Before I could get another word in, he went back into his house in a huff, slamming the door behind him. I just took a breath and continued searching. Still have that famous temper, I see. Garrick Pierce. Occupation nobleman, age 38. Arcane art, transmutation. You. Honestly, I never understood how you could stand living in this gloomy shack. Luxo. How dare you use that witchcraft in my house? From what I've seen, I'm not the first. You've really been stirring the pot. The Four Pillars don't care for what they've been hearing from your rallies. Is that right? I'll be sure to bring that up at the next meeting. For Lord's sake, have some sense, Flintheart. At this rate, you're going to bring Lucio Steelwind down on all of us. You may not value your life, but I will not become another one of his casualties. So you came all this way to convince me to stop? End this foolishness now, and no harm will come to you or your family. You have my word. Ha! Your word is as good as the dirt you lick off the king's boots. You're a killer. As if I'd ever trust you. Flintheart, please. As someone who once thought of you as a friend, I'm only going to ask you once. Friend? Friend? I'll be dead in the ground before I ever call the likes of you a friend. Get out of my house. I don't have time for you. I don't think you'll have much time for anything. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. That is a huge sword. Damn it all. You stubborn fool. Why couldn't you have just listened to me? Rudolph. Yes, sir. Oh. By the scale, Lord, what did you... You killed him? Alert the Inquisition. Tell them that you saw his daughter fleeing the scene. I'm sure their neighbors heard them yelling at each other. Understood, sir. Okay, well, good. They're also pulling the tell you how it happened shtick to keep us in the know. What am I gonna do? Oh, Arcane Art Transmutation. I don't know if I saw that beforehand. Oh. A few hours had already passed. What are you snacking on? It's a burger wrapper. I went to a burger place earlier. And then someone was having to poke his nose into it, so I figured it was best to get it out of his way. A few hours had already passed, but I finally found her sitting under an old oak tree. She looked just as tired as I was, probably even more so. Her eyes were wet and red, but she quickly wiped them with her sleeve as she stood up to meet me. I've been looking for you. Oh, did we wake you up? I just wanted to make sure you were okay. It's nothing. We argue like that all the time. Please just go away. Oh. Oh. I'm fine, see? She tried to squeeze her lips into a smile, but it didn't reach her eyes. You should really head back. It's not safe to be out here this late. What about you? I can take care of myself. I just stood there silently for a moment. I'm sure he just lost his temper. You don't know that. Mind your own business. Sorry. She just looked down and said nothing before exhaling. Maybe you're right. I wouldn't feel right to let you walk back alone anyway. She walked past me, leading me back to the tavern. What? We returned, but found the tavern surrounded by knights clad in plate armor. Several carriages were parked outside, and I could see several lights lit within the tavern. Is that the Arcane Inquisition? Inquisition? They're an order of knights who investigate crimes committed using magic. Celeste and I shared a glance. Without another word, both of us ran towards the tavern, but she quickly outpaced me. What? No! She reached the tavern door, and the color drained from her face. Her hand went to her mouth as she stumbled backwards, her body shuddering. Dad? Her voice quivered. Tears began to stream down her face. There you are. As Celeste stood there, frozen, a knight stepped between her and the tavern entrance. Celeste McCoy, by the authority of the Wyvern Guard Crown, I'm placing you under arrest. The knight tried to grab her arm, and it was like something flipped inside her. Oh, ho, ho. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. She slammed her palm into the knight's chest, his plate armor reverberating as he was launched several feet backwards. 3 other knights rushed forward. They tried to grab her and pin her to the ground. She let out a guttural scream against them, almost sounding like a feral animal. It looked like it was taking all of their strength to keep her pinned down. It was like she was a completely different person. I stood there, stunned, before shaking myself out of it. What are you doing to her? Let her go! Tyrion? Thank the scaled lord, Miss Timora was safe. I knew I recognized him from somewhere. Stay out of our way or we'll lock you 2 up right next to her. He let in a huff, following after the other knights as they slowly dragged Celeste away. I'd like to use my bonus action to rage. Yeah, that's fine. That's valid. We were starting initiative, so you can do it as part of initiative as a free action. Ms. Timora, what's going on? Why is the Arcane Inquisition here? I'm not sure, but Flintheart is dead. What? To save her progress, I think I would. Thank you, game. I appreciate you so much for asking. Celeste was going to be detained in Rathlome. Or Rathome? I think it's supposed to be Rathome. Oh, but that's Wyvern Guard's capital city. It can't be that. Ratholme? I think it's Ratholme. Wyvern Guard's capital city. She was apparently the prime suspect in Flintheart's murder. Her case would be pushed to trial within the day. Supposedly, they discovered traces of magic at the crime scene. That honestly just raised even more questions. Miss Timora and I were determined to get to the bottom of this. The Inquisition, on the other hand, did what they always did. This is ridiculous. She has a right to speak to an attorney. Yeah, well, we can't let you see her until she's been processed. Orm White, occupation, knight, age 64. The grumpy and apathetic leader of the Arcane Inquisition. He's had a personal grudge against Miss Timora for as long as I can remember. Orm White was the commander of the Arcane Inquisition. Miss Timora had supposedly run into him many times. He always looked like the textbook definition of someone who was too old for this. I didn't usually accompany Miss Timora to her crime scenes, but the few times I did, he was always there to run interference. He always looked like he cared more about making trouble for us than actually doing his job. The Inquisition was deep in the nobility's pockets. I'd always assumed that they were paying him to sabotage us. Don't give me that. There's no way you haven't processed her with the trial this close. Yeah? Well, unless you can prove it, I don't need to do anything. What's with all this noise? The commander's back straightened out, his smirk turned into a wince as the girl walked into the chambers. Whoever she was, she must have been younger than me. Despite that, her voice carried the weight of her authority, something which Orm clearly relented to. Her aura was as cold and rigid as stone. Her disposition was probably equally so. Celeste McCoy has a right to counsel, and I know who you are, Ribby Timora. She turned to Orm. She was almost half his size, but he was practically flinching at her every word. Well, the girl hasn't been processed yet. She just let out an irritated sigh as she waved him away. Let them through. What? But let them through before I throw you into the cell next to hers. Yes, lady. Miss Steelwind. Steelwind? Arya Steelwind. Occupation prosecutor. Age 18. A prosecutor from the nobility who hails from House Steelwind, one of the 4 pillar families of Wyvengard. She's the daughter of Grand General Lucio Steelwind, leader of Wyvengard's military. It's hard to read her motivations, even with the Eye of Horus. She gave me a passing glance as if she were silently appraising me. She walked out of the dungeon without another word. Orm grumbled under his breath as he led us to Celeste's cell. I had to wade through a thickening fog of emotions as we descended further into the dungeons. The collective anger and sorrow of the prisoners was choking me. I'd always hated crowds. I could never shut out the storm of thoughts and emotions that came with them. But I tried my best to keep it together. Celeste was going through a lot more than I was. Okay, so the Eye of Horus is not an artifact that he has. He just literally has, like, an insight thing. He's got the Apollo vision. Prosecutors show up, we play fair here, bitches, let them do their thing. But I tried my best to keep it together. Oh! Celeste was curled up on the cold floor, arms wrapped around her knees. When she saw us, she scrambled to her feet. What are you doing here? We know about what happened to your father. I'm so sorry, Celeste. I still can't believe it. Thanks. Her response came out hollowly. You're the Inquisition's prime subject in the murder, and they're planning to push your case to trial. You'll be brought to court in a few hours. What? No one told me anything. My mentor scoffed in disgust. She was all too familiar with this. They were planning to convict you before you even realized you were on trial. Celeste, Miss Tamora is the best defense attorney in Wivengard. She can help you. You've been supporting your family from your work as a mercenary. Is that correct? Did she just say mercenary? It's almost like she read the title card or something. Evidence obtained. Celeste's occupation. Celeste is a mercenary by trade. It's a little unexpected, but who am I to judge? From your financial history, it appears that you can afford my services. How would you even know that? That's not important. What matters is that if I'm representing you, your case is as good as won. You don't even know what happened. Then tell me. Celeste hesitated, her shoulders tensing at the memory. I got into an argument with my dad, and I left to clear my head. Tyrion found me a bit after that. I think it was a few hours after I left. When we came back, we saw the knights outside. That's when they arrested me. Celeste, if I'm going to be your attorney, I need to know everything that happened. What? They found your sword inside his body, and there were traces of transmutation magic around the crime scene. There aren't any other registered mages in Cornhaven. I need you to tell me the truth. I just told you everything that happened. What are you... She looked down, confused, before her face tightened into a scowl. You actually think I did it, don't you? You think I was the one who killed him? Wait, Miss Tamora, before I left the tavern to look for her, I ran into Flintheart. He was still alive. And how much time passed between that and when you found her? It was probably about 2 hours, but which means there are 2 hours where she wasn't accounted for. We can work around that, but the prosecution will still... No, I didn't do this. She's telling the truth, Miss Tamora. Celeste would never do something like that. Cuthbert, you can't just believe every innocent girl who bats her eyes at you. That is not what this is. Well, did you see that she's innocent? Can you tell me that with certainty? Celeste was being defensive at the moment, too guarded for me to read anything substantial with the Eye of Horus. I didn't see it. I know that she's innocent. Look, either way, we need to construct a proper alibi so I can... No! How can I work with you if you don't even believe me? Do you even understand the situation that you're in? I know exactly what's happening. My dad's dead, and whoever killed him is still out there. Don't be naive. You're a commoner. You're lucky I'm even here. There isn't a single attorney other than me who will defend someone like you. Yeah? Well, what about him? I blinked, confused for a moment, before I realized that she was pointing at me. You're also a defense attorney, right? I am, but he's just a kid, McCoy. He's never even defended a case before. I don't care. At least he doesn't think I'm a murderer. Celeste, hold on. so you can take your attitude and leave. I don't need your help. Fine. Have it your way. But when you're staring down the gallows and begging me to appeal your conviction, I'll be charging you triple my rate. Before I could understand what was going on, Miss Tamura turned away and stormed out. As she reached the door, she looked back at me expectantly. I froze. I knew I wasn't in a position to handle a case like this. That said, I also knew I couldn't leave her to face this alone. My mentor let out a quiet sigh before quietly exiting the dungeons. Sorry, I didn't mean to put you in the middle of that. I can go talk to her. I'm sure she'll come back and take your case. No, I meant what I said. I don't want her help. Celeste, this is serious. Your conviction might as well be a foregone conclusion to the courts. Without Miss Tamura, I'll be fine. I know I just pulled you into this without asking. If you want to walk away, I'll understand. I'll figure something out. She tugged a few times at the cell door separating us. I could have sworn I saw the metal bars bending. I exhaled slowly. I knew I wasn't ready for this. I can't stand by and do nothing. I'll take your case, if you'll have me. Really? But there's one thing I need you to tell me. The Arcane Inquisition was called to the scene. I had no idea how they even knew magic had been used, but their presence could only mean one thing. Are you a mage? Yeah, I am. When that villager confronted me before, he called her a bastard. It made a lot more sense now. Do you have noble blood? What does that have to do with anything? The ability to use magic is hereditary. Almost every mage descends from the nobility in some way. If you have birth parents in the nobility, we might be able to use their influence to our advantage. I don't need anyone else's help. I'm a McCoy. That's all I need to know about myself. It seemed best not to push that matter further then. Even so, that's probably why they arrested you. What? Miss Tamura mentioned it earlier. A town of farmers like Cornhaven wouldn't have any other registered mages. It's a good thing you registered with the kingdom. It would have just added one extra charge if you hadn't. But they found traces of magic at the scene of the crime. They have no choice but to suspect you. Are you serious? I'll be honest, I'm not sure how much help I'll really be. Miss Tamura said it herself. I've never defended a client before. Is everything really going to be okay? Why would I say something like that? A defense attorney should be putting their clients at ease. But no matter what, I'll get you an acquittal. It doesn't matter who stands in my way. Man, king, or god. What? Sorry, I used to say that a lot as a kid. No, it's okay. At least it made her laugh. Anyways, take some time to rest up. The trial will begin in a few hours. I couldn't imagine what she was going through. She not only lost her father, but she was also being framed for his murder. But this was exactly why I became an attorney, to defend people exactly like her. Stories like hers were far too common, but this time, I had the power to change it. And to be his friend. She was putting her trust in me. I would make sure she wouldn't regret that. He might be confident, but he's still a baby when it comes to work. Ah, there we go. Here we go. Here's the expressions. Here we go. It still hadn't sunk in yet. I was standing in a real courtroom. I'd only ever acted as Miss Tamura's assistant. Now I was front and center at the defense table. Isolde! What's up? Nova, I'm not mad you missed Mathematician and Litmus Doom for the Bastion episode. Just when else will you get a chance? Jails. I got that. I got Litmus Doom. The thing that I do feel rough for is that Atom was revealed, but that was after the video had actually been done. It had actually been done for a while. I just hadn't gotten around to reviewing it. And so I was supposed to edit in like a little ha-ha joke where I cut in to the middle of the Magnum Warrior section and talked about the whole situation. I didn't do that, and I messed up. But that just means I'm going to have to do like a short for it. So that's how I'm going to spin it. I didn't miss it. They just didn't fit into the archetype, so I'll just have to make a Bastion short. HJ. Isolde, so good to see you. How you doing this evening? Are you okay? Yes, of course. Maybe if I kept saying that, it would end up being true. That woman from the dungeons was also here. She must have been the prosecutor for Celeste's case. No wonder she was able to order around the commander like that. I could feel her piercing glare burrowing into me. Why was she looking at me like that? Was she trying to intimidate me? Because it was definitely working! Oh, sick. Court is now in session for the trial of Celeste McCoy. The prosecution is ready, Your Honor. The defense is also ready, Your Honor. Very well. Prosecutor Steelwind, could you please list the charges? The defendant is Celeste McCoy, a mercenary by trade and a registered mage. She's charged with second-degree murder and negligent misuse of the arcane arts. The crime occurred within the McCoy Tavern, a local inn that was shut down years ago. Those who lived nearby reported hearing a loud argument coming from within the building around 1 a.m. At 1:08 a.m., a carriage driver entered the tavern to investigate the disturbance. It was there that he found the victim, the defendant's sword impaled within his body. The Inquisition had provided an autopsy report and documentation for the sword. Autopsy report. Died at 1:12 a.m. after being stabbed from behind with a magical blade. Fatal wounds show heavy traces of transmutation magic. So, already we're getting some weird stuff. So, they showed up at 1:08, but they died 4 minutes after that? Celeste's sword. That's a nasty looking piece of work. The alleged murder weapon. It's an ornately designed sword, but it has no magical properties. What was the defendant's relationship with the victim? I see that they share the same last name. The defendant is the victim's daughter, but not by blood. She was adopted into the family when she was an infant. Her birth parents are currently unknown. I see. What an unfortunate turn of events. To begin, the prosecution would like to call Commander Orm White to the stand. Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. Witness, name and occupation. Name's Orm White. I'm the commander of the Arcane Inquisition. Commander, please testify about the details of the Inquisition's investigation. Yeah. Also a little late, but that was an amazing line read of because it's working. Glad to hear. We got a call late at night. Someone found a dead body inside the McCoy Tavern. When we arrived at the scene, we found Flintheart McCoy dead on the floor. The defendant's sword was still in his chest. We have a bunch of witnesses who heard the victim and defendant in a loud argument before the body was called in. The argument must have turned ugly because the defendant killed the old man using her magic sword. Already. This was going to be difficult. The defendant's sword was the murder weapon. It was possible that the murderer used it to frame her. That must have meant the crime was premeditated. Mr. Cuthbert, you may begin your cross-examination. Mr. Cuthbert? Where was I supposed to start again? I needed to prove that Celeste was innocent, but they found the sword in the body. Tyrion, this is the part where you say something, right? The longer I stood there, the more I noticed everyone staring at me. I could feel the case cracking. Each moment of silence was just another blow to my credibility. I wanted to face Ruby Tamura today, but not a bumbling sidekick. Your Honor, the defense clearly has nothing to say against the prosecution's overwhelming evidence. Yep, this whole thing's pretty open and shut. No, wait! I'm so sorry, Tyrion. I didn't do enough for Frey. Now she's... Miss Timora, does this mean they're going to execute her? Oh, age 10. I just missed that. This is little baby Tyrion. No, not again. Was I seriously going to watch that happen again? Tyrion! Her palm cracked across my face. I stumbled back and almost fell over. She had every right to be angry, but that wasn't what I saw on her face. I'm sorry, Celeste. Stop. Just listen to me. You trained for this, right? You know what to do. I've never done this before. She cursed under her breath. She searched her mind for an answer. Then just treat it like something you have done before. I don't know, you're good at chess, right? You just treat this whole thing like you're playing chess. What? I don't know. Yesterday you were calm and you were focused, so just channel that feeling. Look at the pieces on the board or something like that. Darn it, haven't you played an Edge Investigations game? You're supposed to be training for this. He made a lot of statements. Every statement that he made, every word that came out of his mouth, they were all just pieces on the board. A match wasn't won from the first move. It came from developing the pieces I had and taking every advantage that presented itself. I apologize, Your Honor. The defense is ready to begin the cross-examination. Seeing as this is your first trial, Mr. Cuthbert, I'll overlook it this one time. There we go. Thank the gods that actually worked. I needed to carefully examine every statement he made, line by line. The key to every cross-examination was identifying what statements contradicted the evidence in my notes. Once I did that, I needed to present the contradicting evidence. But you know, we're always pressing all of them. If they've got presses, we gotta do the presses, right? Cross-examinations. You started cross-examining a witness. The key to cross-examination is to determine which parts of the witness's testimony contradicts any of the items in your notes. Use the left and right arrows to carefully examine each statement in the witness's testimony, identify the contradicting statement, and present the item that contradicts it. There's some pretty funny lines you get from pressing everything. You have to do it. It's a Phoenix Wright style game. You have to do it. Gotta use the keyboard now. It's fine. Alright, press. What time did you get the call? And who discovered the body? The call time is 1:08 a.m., and the witness wanted to remain incognito. I wasn't unusual for a witness to request anonymity. It was well within their rights. But it would have been a lot easier if I could cross-examine that witness directly. What happened when you arrived, Commander? Man, now that I have a government job, I never go home early without having to do a whole thing. To the best of luck, buddy of mine. You're gonna hang out for a bit. Alright, well, have a good night. Have fun hanging out. Take care. Well, thank you for helping out the gears of government on your end. Yeah. Now, we arrived at the scene. We found Flintheart McCoy dead on the floor. The defendant's sword was still in his chest. How are you so sure that the sword was my client's? Her sword is made out of some weird alloy. I think it was forged out of the country or something. It'd be hard to mistake something like that. We also have several eyewitnesses who verified that the sword belonged to the defendant. She made no effort to hide it from the public. Quite the contrary, she was quite proud to show it off. Even so, that doesn't necessarily mean that she was the one who stabbed him. Yeah, well, we have a bunch of witnesses who heard the victim and defendant in a loud argument before the body was called in. How did they know it was my client who was arguing with the victim? You were there, weren't you? Don't tell me you didn't hear him. Every witness we talked to knew it was them. I couldn't really argue with him there. Celeste and Flintheart had very distinct voices, especially when they were raised. The argument must have turned ugly because the defendant killed the old man using her magic sword. I was there when the argument took place. Flintheart was still alive when my client left the tavern. Perhaps, but how do you know that she didn't return to murder her father afterwards? Weren't there plenty of other people around who could have committed the crime? The tavern's been closed for years. The defendant, the victim, and Tamora were the only ones there before the body was discovered. Plus, the murder weapon was her sword. It was a given that Miss Tamora didn't do it. Another person must have shown up at the tavern after Celeste and I left. Could it have been the witness who discovered the body? His testimony was straightforward, but that's exactly what would help me. Celeste was innocent, so there had to be a flaw in his logic. I just needed to compare each statement to each piece of evidence in my notes. Once I found the contradiction, I need to present it. Your usual wrap-up for that. Okay, so blah, blah, blah. Number 4, present the non-magical sword. Patters? Patters, what you doing here? Thank you for raiding in. How you doing? How you doing, you eldritch creature? All right. We're gonna present this here not magic sword. Successfully completed a cross-examination. Commander White, are you sure that the victim was killed using the defendant's sword? Yeah, it was pretty obvious from the crime scene. I think I'd have to disagree with you on that. If your testimony is true, the defendant's sword couldn't have been the murder weapon. What are you talking about, kid? The sword was inside his body. That may be, but take another look at the autopsy report. It says that the fatal wound contained traces of transmutation magic. You even testified that the sword was magical. So, what's your point? It's simple. How could a non-magical blade leave traces of magic in the wound? What? Doing good, saw you were playing something like Ace Attorney. Yep. Tyrion Cuthbert, attorney for the Arcane. We're on the first case right now. This is pretty good so far. It's pretty good. It's lacking a lot of polish, but this is an indie game, not from Capcom, so I'm willing to give it a wide berth in that regard. The writing has been very fun so far. I've been capturing a lot of the spirit, which I think is the most important part. My client's sword may look unique, but it is entirely non-magical. It couldn't have left those traces of transmutation on the wound. That doesn't make a lick of sense. If the sword didn't kill him, then why was it in the body? There's only one reasonable explanation. The wound was created magically, and someone shoved the sword into the wound afterwards. And that girl's a mage. She could have easily whacked that old man using magic. Why would she murder the victim using a spell only to stab him with her sword? She would just be incriminating herself. If anything, this series of events proves something else. Someone used magic to murder the victim, then pushed my client's sword into the wound to frame her. Objection. Oh, hey, here we go. Don't get ahead of yourself, Mr. Cuthbert. Your Honor, the defense is suggesting that another person used the sword to frame the defendant. But the defendant clearly cast a spell on the sword at the time of the murder. She cast a spell? Commander, testify as to how magic was used during the murder. What? Alright. I see where you're going with this. Uh-oh. The sword itself ain't magical, but spells can still be cast on it. The defendant over there, her spell compendium's got a spell called Mage Blade. She must have cast it on her sword before stabbing the old man. That spell is the reason why we found traces of magic on the body. Oh, Mage Blade, the spell. Oh, this is cool. This is it's like a little, you know, when Quilava said that this was like D&D bullshit in here, I did not expect one of the pieces of evidence to literally be a spell block from the player's guide. Okay, Mage Blade, School, Transmutation, Incantation, Archon, Gesture, none, Duration, while concentrating. Concentration, yes. For the duration of this spell, the edges of this object, usually the blade, become unnaturally sharp, making it more effective at slashing through tough materials. While under the effects of this spell, the object emits a yellow radiant glow. The target object must be no larger than a 5-foot cube. Hold on a second. So when I started this stream, I said specifically, I wonder if they will use a very regimented form of magic so that its logic could be translated to how a Phoenix Wright game or like a deduction game like this needs to have a strong line of logic to determine point A to point B to get all the mysteries there and not feel like it's an ass pull, like it's moon logic. And the way they have decided to square that circle is by just treating all the spells like you're reading them out of the player guide. It's perfect. That's actually so perfect. I can't wait to see where this goes. That's fantastic. A spell compendium listed every spell a mage knew how to cast. It was a fundamental piece of evidence that proved which spells a mage could and couldn't use. Celeste, do you have your spell compendium with you? No, my dad was the last person who had it. What? Why would Flynnheart have her spell compendium? But he's right. I know how to cast Mageblade. It's actually the only spell I know. I would like to add that we found traces of transmutation magic on the defendant's sword as well. As I'm sure the court knows, magic traces stay on objects for 48 hours after a spell is cast on them. Okay, update. The alleged murder weapon. It's an ornately designed sword, but it has no magical properties. Traces of transmutation magic were detected on it. Okay. Okay. This 48 hours really tight in the timeline for cases like this. Because of that, crimes needed to be investigated before the magical traces disappear from the crime scene. So that's how they justify the quick turnaround time for cases. Magical residue half-life. Kind of good idea. Kind of a clever idea. I'm with it. It also gave the courts the perfect excuse to push these cases through the system as quickly as possible. Mr. Cuthbert, you may begin your cross-examination. The commander's testimony was a lot vaguer this time. He probably wasn't expecting to give a second testimony. Pressing his statements really helped in situations like this. Doing this might reveal new pieces of evidence that I could use against him. Okay, so now we have to use that mechanic. Sometimes the contradicting statement isn't always present in the witness's testimony. You can press statements during a cross-examination to gain more information about that specific statement. Pressing can sometimes reveal new statements or evidence you can use. Okay, the sword itself isn't magical, but spells can still be cast on it. Are you accusing my client of casting a spell and channeling it through her sword? There are a vast number of spells that operate like that. Spells from the School of Transmutation are almost exclusively channeled through an object. Your client clearly learned a spell that would aid in her work as a mercenary. Speaking of which, the defendant over here, her spell compendium's got a spell called Mageblade. Mageblade. It's a transmutation spell that sharpens and empowers my sword. Wouldn't it be excessive for the defendant to use a spell like that on the victim? He wasn't wearing any armor or protection at the time of his death. The victim and the defendant were in an intense argument. Perhaps she used the spell in a fit of rage. Perhaps she simply cast it out of habit. What matters is that the sword undeniably has traces of transmutation magic on it. She must have cast it on her sword before stabbing the old man. Why would she go to the trouble of doing that? Her sword alone would have been enough to murder a defenseless person. Mages are always looking for an excuse to throw their power around. There's no rhyme or reason to it. Isn't that just your own personal bias, Commander? We don't need to understand why the defendant did what she did. The fact of the matter is that traces of magic were found on the body and the sword. Do you have any evidence of the contrary, Mr. Cuthbert? Spell's the reason why we found traces of magic on the body. About that, spells only leave magical traces on the object they target, and those traces are only detectable for 48 hours. If my client cast Mage Blade like you said, there shouldn't have been any magical traces on the wound. There would only be traces on the sword. We always find random magical traces at crime scenes. We can't always explain each trace we detect. That sounds more like a failure on the Inquisition's part than anything else. Can we really trust that your knights examined the crime scene properly? You don't believe me? Take a look at this picture. Picture! I'd seen pictures of dead bodies while studying Miss Tamura's past cases, but there was something unnerving about seeing someone I'd met yesterday. I carefully inspected the photo, taking great care to keep it out of Celeste's view. You can see it here plain as day. The sword has the highest concentration of transmutation traces. But why didn't those traces fully cover the weapon? Did the transmutation spell damage the sword somehow? Crime scene photo. A picture of Flint Hart McCoy after he was murdered. It shows the traces of transmutation magic that were on the sword. Why was this picture not brought to my attention, Orem? What would be the point of that? This entire case is open and shut. The prosecutor seemed unnerved by something. Oh, that's a smirk. That's a devious little smirk right there. Ooh. Okay. Okay. So. What are we missing here? What's going on here? Okay. Died at 12 after being stabbed from behind with the magical blade. But in the sword, in the picture, we can see that they were not stabbed from behind because the hilt of the sword is over here because we have that big ornate crossguard ornamentation there, right? Like that's how the blade looks. I can barely make it out here. Like the sword has that kind of like circle. It has the kind of spines out on the side. We can't see those, but this isn't from behind. They were stabbed from the front. They saw, so yeah. So we can use crime scene photo on this one and be all like, aha, it was not stabbed, or rather, no, it's not the crime scene photo. It's the autopsy. The autopsy showed they were stabbed from behind. So we hit this with the autopsy report. Bam. Take that. I'm sorry, Commander White, but you've shown us an even more glaring contradiction. Oh yeah? In your testimony, you said that my client stabbed the victim right through the chest. You can see it right there in the picture. So where's your contradiction? That's exactly the problem, Commander. Your picture undeniably shows that my client's sword impaled the victim from the front. But if that's really true, why does the autopsy say that he died from being stabbed in his back? What? Which means that's not what happened, because we saw how it played out. He was sneak attacked from behind, and then someone came from, and then put the sword into his front. That's how it worked. You fool. You con artist. Orem, you were supposed to submit everything you had to me. Why did you withhold this photo? There was no point. She's a mage. It couldn't have been anyone else. Murmurs rippled through the gallery. Even the judge shifted uncomfortably in his seat. Our justice system may have been corrupt, but they'd never get away with such a blatant error. I like how the judge has like his own interstitial too. It's about time. It's about time they got a little objection of their own. Order in the court. Mr. Cuthbert, what is the meaning of this? Your Honor, this photo clearly shows my client's sword impaling him from the front. Which means there's only one way for the autopsy to be true. The sword would have needed to be inserted into the wound after the victim had died. That's crazy. Then why don't you enlighten me, Commander White? Do you think my client impaled the victim hilt first with her sword? Or do you think she stabbed him through the chest, removed it, and then placed her sword in the body to frame herself? Well, that's... No, what happened here is obvious. The real murderer stuck the sword through the victim's wound to implicate my client, but they made a careless mistake and stuck the sword through the opposite side. Damn, real meat on the bone situation on that one. You're actually pretty good at this. Yeah, okay, so when I say that it lacks polish, that's what I'm talking about. You saw that split second where it cut to this scene, and then it flashed in the objection thing. I think it would be much stronger if it had just, like, but if you remember, like, Ace Attorney games, it would just immediately, like, it would interrupt with that and then go to this scene without that little, like, tiny frame. I think that might be, like, a function of certain, like, visual novel engines. So that's why that's there, and that why it caused a little bit of a visual hiccup there. I don't like seeing that. That's kind of like my biggest criticism of the game so far, though. It appears I underestimated you, but you've still gotten ahead of yourself. Is that so, Miss Steelwind? Let me ask the defense one question, Mr. Cuthbert. If your client didn't kill Flintheart McCoy, then who did? How should I know? If I'm not mistaken, it's the commander's job to figure that out. Oh, I'm well aware of the commander's incompetence, but one fact still stands. There were magical traces on the wound and the sword. Would you like me to tell you how many mages live in that small town? I didn't like where she was going with this. Only one. The defendant is the only registered mage who lives in Cornhaven. Right. Cornhaven was a village of farmers. Celeste was the only mage there. The defendant was also established to have been with the victim minutes before his time of death. In addition to that, I have several witnesses who heard them arguing. You, on the other hand, can only implicate an unknown assailant. I doubt you could even tell me who they are. Even so, it's clear that the prosecution can't reliably prove how the victim was murdered. I can't say that the prosecution's evidence is irrefutable, but the evidence still leans heavily against the defense. There are far too many unanswered questions for me to pass a verdict. We will give the Inquisition time to investigate the crime scene and clear these unknowns. I suggest that they conduct their investigation more thoroughly this time. We'll resume this trial tomorrow morning. Court is adjourned. Ah, damn it. But I guess we gotta tutorialize investigation at some point. Hello, Cuthbert. Miss Tamora. I tensed as she approached me. I'd been so focused on Celeste's case, I hadn't even thought about how I'd left things with my mentor. Scaled Lord, she'd probably been in the gallery, too. She must have seen how I froze up during the first cross-examination. Your job is to put your client at ease, not the other way around. Sorry. I'm sure she was just snapping you out of it, but everyone saw her become violent with you. That's not exactly helpful if you want to prove she's not a violent murderer. Make no mistake, the prosecution will use that to their advantage. What's wrong with you? He did fine. McCoy, if the Inquisition didn't botch the investigation, Cuthbert would have never been able to buy this much time. In case you've forgotten, he's my defense attorney, not you. I don't get why he has to take notes from you. No, she's right, Celeste. I need to do better. I can't ever let myself freeze up like that again. I might not be so lucky next time. Other than that, I'll admit that you did well. You cross-examined the commander adequately, but you handled Steelwind's rebuttals as well as you could have. I remembered how Prosecutor Steelwind was glaring at me at the start of the trial. Even thinking about it was enough to make me nauseous. Steelwind. Why did that name seem so familiar? Tyrion Cuthbert is a character name of all time. Tyrion Cuthbert is the prototypical my OC is a half angel, half devil with a mysterious past and a dark blade whose purpose is unknown and is outcast from the world, but they have a sensitive heart ass name for sure. And it's perfect. Wait, isn't House Steelwind one of the Four Pillar families? That's right! Lucio Steelwind is the Grand General of Wyverngard's military. Hasn't he been caught up in a lot of scandals recently? Scandals? He's been having people killed by the thousands. Right. I remember seeing several articles about him in the Wraithome Gazette. In recent years, groups voicing their grievances against the crown have begun to surface in the countryside. King Olivier would answer their complaints by unleashing the Steelwind soldiers on these so-called insurrectionists. More often than not, their peaceful protests turned violent, leading to bloody retaliations from Lucio's forces. And Arya is Lucio Steelwind's only heir. When I saw her name on the docket, I wrote her off as a noble role-playing for fun. But she's good. Better than most of the prosecutors I've faced. She's taking this seriously, and with what Flintheart was doing, I can't help but wonder if the prosecutor is acting on her father's behalf. Do you think Prosecutor Steelwind is protecting the real killer? The Inquisition Knights were the first responders to the scene. Didn't that strike you as odd? Right. In a small town like Cornhaven, the village militia would be the first people there. For the Inquisition to respond so quickly, they would have needed to know that magic was used at all. This whole mess feels a little too staged, and with a Steelwind involved, this whole situation reeks of corruption. I'm sure locking up Flintheart's daughter would send a clear message to his allies. But if that were true, why did she help us in the dungeons? Either way, this works out in our favor. I can't fight the Steelwinds on the battlefield, but I can fight them in the courtroom. On that subject, I've been meaning to give you this. My spell compendium. I grabbed it from the dining room before the Inquisition arrived. They have a bad habit of misplacing pieces of evidence like this. Celeste's spell compendium. It contains the formula for only one spell, Mage Blade. Huh. Interesting. So that pulls something up. So she grabbed it before the Inquisition was there, which means that they knew that she had only Mage Blade without ever actually seeing the spell compendium. Right? Like, am I getting that correct? So, this is your spell compendium, and it only has one spell. Mage Blade. The prosecution will need to prove that Mage Blade was used in the murder. It'll restrict their plan of attack, which will give you an edge over them. But I still have no idea who exactly did this. Celeste, I need to talk to you about what your father was doing. Oh. She glanced at the bailiff, who was looming close, staring daggers at her. I should go. It looks like they can't wait to throw me back into that cell. Wait, I still... She turned away and quickly walked off without another word. Miss Tamora just shook her head. She's practically begging for a conviction at this rate. Bringing up her late father may have struck a nerve. I would need to be more delicate next time. I can speak with her in the dungeons later. Right now, I want to take a look at the crime scene. With how negligent the Inquisition were, I doubt they found everything. If you're planning to investigate the crime scene, you'll need this. She reached into her coat and pulled out a small blue runestone. I froze for a moment, staring wide-eyed at it. Is this... Attorney's Runestone! The badge! A magical runestone that allows you to take pictures of crime scenes and write notes telepathically. Every attorney has one. It's almost like a badge for them. Is it? Is it? Is it almost like a badge for them? Or... It's fine. It's fine. It's an attorney's runestone. I had it commissioned for you after you passed the exam last month. You had one ready this entire time? Cuthbert, are you crying? No? I wiped my eyes and delicately stored the runestone in the pocket of my jacket. You embarrassed them today. Don't expect them to be that sloppy again. As much as I hate to admit it, your investigative mind is sharper than mine. If anyone can get through this, it's you. Oh, thank you. She turned to take a seat at the bench near the courtroom entrance. It looked like she would be staying here until the case was over. I tucked Celeste's spell compendium into my jacket. I hadn't slept, and my body still ached from the carriage ride. I still didn't know whether I was truly up to this, but none of that mattered. Celeste was counting on me, and I wouldn't let anyone get away with killing Flintheart, even if the Steel Winds were involved. Ooh. How noble of you, Mr. Cuthbert. Oh, what a strapping young man you are. Folks, I don't want to brag too much, but I think I'm goated at making salmon fried rice. I think I'm just the best at it. The best there ever was. The Inquisition had set up a teleportation circle at the crime scene. As the defense attorney for this case, I was permitted to use it. Oh, okay, so we don't have to make that giant journey. We can just teleport. So teleporting is a thing. Gentle fiends, good to see you. How you doing? With it, I could instantly travel back and forth between the McCoy Tavern and the Capitol. It was miles better than having to travel by carriage. All those miles. Oh, it's you. What are you doing here? Commander White stepped in my way as I approached the tavern's entrance. This time, I took out my attorney's runestone and presented it to I am the defense attorney in this case. I have every right to look at the crime scene. Whatever. Just remember, I've got my eye on you. You can take that rock out of my face now. Sorry. Investigations. You've begun your investigation into the crime. You'll need to collect clues and evidence by moving to different locations, talking to witnesses, and examining locations of importance. Talk. Questions. Commander White, I was wondering if I could ask you some questions. You seriously think I'm going to help you? I know who your boss is, and I know what you're up to. She probably sent you here to con me. I just need information about the crime scene, as is my right. Yeah, sure you do. At first I thought that he was just another corrupt knight, but this felt oddly personal. I wondered if this could all just be a misunderstanding. I might be able to persuade him to cooperate with me. You'll occasionally need to argue against people and persuade them to cooperate with your investigation. Psychological profiles help you in this ensuing arguments. They give you information about your opponent and help you understand what options to pick. You can fill a person's psychological profile by talking to them or presenting them certain items. So you're telling me that the tried and true go to everyone and present them every item to brute force a solution is now a game mechanic that gives you hints for the actual Magatama segments. Is that what you're saying? Is that what you've done, developers? Because if so, that's pretty clever. That's kind of clever. As long as it's not required for you to do it, that's a pretty good idea. I like that. That's pretty funny. I'm doing just fine. I'm having fun with the new game. It's been very engaging so far. This is great. Okay. Let's build up that psychological profile. The Inquisition. So, what does the Arcane Inquisition do exactly? Trying to pick a fight with me? No, I'm genuinely curious. Well, we're called in whenever they find traces of magic at a crime scene. Do crimes like this happen often? Nah, maybe once in a blue moon. It made sense. Most mages were in the nobility, after all. The ones who made a habit of falling into scandals didn't last very long. You must have an easy job, then. You got that right. That's the only reason we exist, to clean up the nobility's messes. He didn't seem very happy about that. You seem to speak negatively about magic. Do you have a personal grudge against mages? It ain't a grudge, it's just common sense. All it takes is one spell. some rich kid just needs to wave their hands and mutter some magical nonsense. Then the next thing you know, someone's dead on the ground. Not to mention, if some bonehead really overuses their magic, they end up snapping and going on a rampage. Talking about mage blight? Yep. That's what happens when a mage gets too arrogant. The nobles have that in spades. I don't know if this is going too far, but why would you join the Inquisition if you hate mages so much? Considering the fact that my job is to sweep the nobility's crimes under the rug. I didn't mean to insinuate. Nope. You have the right of it. Anytime a noble screws up, I'm told to look the other way. But every once in a while, I'm allowed to put a criminal mage behind bars. We can't go after the nobles, but any other mage is fair game. Or at least they were before your boss showed up. My boss? Did he have something against Miss Tamora? Did he have something against what Miss Tamora was doing? I have to ask, did something happen between you and Miss Tamora? Miss Tamora. You really are her lackey through and through. She's my legal guardian. I owe her a lot. Oh, that's who you were this whole time? I didn't even know she had a kid. Look, I don't know what she told you, but she ain't the hero you think she is. This is about the rumors, isn't it? They're just lies spread by the nobility to discredit her. They ain't lies, kid. I've seen it for myself. That woman's a criminal. My hand clenched into a fist before I calmed myself down. This wasn't the time for emotion. She defends mages who don't have the protection of the nobility. She hates the aristocracy just as much as you do. Yeah, whatever. Oh, that's a full psychological profile, folks. We figured this guy out. We asked 3 questions. We know their entire psychological roots. Commander Wright was being hostile towards me. At least, I thought he was just being corrupt or apathetic. But he seemed to have a personal grudge against Miss Tamora and me. If I could clear up this misunderstanding, he might help me. Do you have an issue with me, Commander White? Oh, give me that crap. I've seen who you work for. You think I don't know what you're doing? Ruby Tamora is a crooked lawyer. I'll be dead in the ground before I help you. Okay. Commander White is stubborn and stuck in his ways. He seems to have a grudge against Ruby Tamora and will react negatively if you try to defend her. However, he will respect you if you defend yourself against personal attacks. Okay, so that means defending is the wrong move here. So it's either deflect or rationalize. What Mr. Moore has done, I'm the one handling this case. My client deserves a fair trial, fair representation. All I'm trying to do is give that to her. I think deflect is the right one here because we're trying to take it the heat off of her and put it on me so that we can, let's do deflect. Regardless of what Miss Tamura is doing, I'm the one heading this case. You don't even know me. Whatever problem you have with her, that you have nothing to do with me. Boom, got it. I've seen how she defends her clients. Forgery, bribery, blackmail. She'll do whatever it takes to win. You're just another crook. It doesn't matter what you say. I know you're just like her. Okay. Me being her successor has nothing to do with it. You know that helping me is the right thing to do. I'm not Ruby Tamora. What you think of her isn't relevant here. Regardless of what you've seen her do, I'm trying to run an honest case. Bribery, have you seen me do any of those things? I'm only defending my client by pointing out your mistakes. I think this would be it, right? Because now we're... If you defend yourself against personal attacks. Though I guess it literally is saying defend yourself, so we just do this. I think that this will be our test to see if the game is telling us things that literally or not. Me being her successor has nothing to do with it. You know that helping me is the right thing to do. Nope, okay, that's not it. Don't dodge the question. You want me to trust you when you can't even give me a damn straight answer? Deflecting his claim didn't seem to be effective this time. Okay, so rationalize. Forgery, bribery, blackmail? Have you seen me do any of those things? Because the way I see it, I've only defended my client pointing out your mistakes. Look, kid. After what I've seen her pull in court, I'm not going to fall for it. I have no reason to trust you. No matter what, I know you're a crooked lawyer raised by the biggest crook of them all. Okay, you have no proof that she's a crook, and you certainly don't have any proof that I'm one either. Okay, I'm just a defense attorney who's asking you for information about a case. Nothing that I've done has given you any reason to suspect me. But the only thing that she taught me how to practice law. Have you seen me engage in any crooked behavior? That's gonna be wrong because that revolves around like her. Oh, this is the only thing that she's done to me is be a good lawyer. But this is like, hey, you don't have any proof that I'm one, so how about you step off? You've made accusation after accusation against her with nothing to prove it. You have no proof that she's a crook, and you certainly don't have any proof that I'm one either. Like I've been saying, I don't need any proof. I've seen how she works, and I know you're both dirty. Seeing that defending Miss Tomorrow would always end badly with the commander, I needed to try something else. Okay, so it's deflect. I'm just a defense attorney who's asking you for information about the case. Nothing that I've done has given you any reason to suspect me. He spent some time searching for a rebuttal, but after a while, he just let out a resigned sigh. You just want the info on the case, right? Yes, that's all I'm asking for. Alright, fine. I'll answer your questions. But you better not make me regret this. Boom, okay. We did it! I successfully persuaded Orem White. I'm not entirely sure that the sword was the real murder weapon. Right. I guess you want to prove that someone else stuck the sword in the body. Did the Inquisition find anything suspicious on the scene? If you're asking me if we found another bloody weapon lying around, we didn't. That would have been a little too convenient, wouldn't it? If there was another murder weapon, the killer probably walked out with it. Oh, okay. So I think I'm putting together what happened here. So, during the little interstitial, we saw that his glass bottle exploded, and then the attack happened. So the transmutation magic that was used by Pierce turned the water in the bottle into a weapon, and that killed him. But he saw Celeste's spell compendium on the table, because that's where our boss found it, and saw that the only thing in her spell compendium was Mage Blade, which means that she wouldn't have been able to cast the spell that did this, which would have made implicating her very difficult. So that's why he stabbed the sword in there, and, you know, he might have known Mage Blade, so he'd be able to enchant the sword pretty easily to get that done. In fact, it's probably the reason why he did it, because even though his target would have been very easy to pierce with the sword. So that's what I'm putting together. That's my theory. It's my game theory so far. Do you think they could have hidden it somewhere in the tavern? Doubt it. After the trial, Steelwind turned the place upside down and scanned it with her magic. If there was something hidden here, we would have found it already. Okay? I can't believe you overlooked something so obvious. Oh, shut it with that. I already got an earful about that mess from Steelwind. Well, you don't want to worry about me screwing things up. You don't have to worry about me screwing things up. Steelwind's taken over the entire investigation. Do prosecutors normally do that? Nope. But she ain't no prosecutor. She's a Steelwind. I know better than to go against orders from her sort. I know we made a mistake, but she's taking this too far. She even had my men draft a map of the crime scene. Really? Could I see it? Knock yourself out. I have a bunch of copies. Don't know how much good it'll do you, though. Crime scene map. A geometrically scaled map of the crime scene. Ooh, let me look at that. Wait, no, I don't want to present evidence. Can I just... I guess we have to if we want to. View the crime scene. Okay, so here's all of this. This is a 5-foot cube. It's just a D&D map. It's just a D&D map. It literally is just a little scene. This is crazy. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. I'm so happy. Ugh. God, that's so good. I heard that this was Prosecutor Steelwind's first trial. She must be pretty talented if that's true. A pain in my ass is what she is. That damn noble comes in here telling me how to do my job. Lord knows what she's even doing here. Do you think she's here on behalf of her father? I honestly don't know. My men are on edge because of that. You know, we were deployed to one of those regions, the ones where her old man was squashing those rebellions. They said we needed to investigate the terrorists there, but by the time we got there, they just had us clean up the bodies. Scaled Lord. Doesn't matter if it's women or children. Lucio Steelwind will kill them all the same. A bunch of my men quit after that. They couldn't stomach working for a monster like that. What about you? We all gotta get paid somehow. Not like I can do anything. He's basically a duke. Okay, that's all the questions we got. Examine. There's a chalk outline on the ground in the tavern, creating a rough silhouette of Flynnhart's body. The chalk lines match this crime scene photo in my runestone. I noticed the traces of transmutation magic on the ground in the photo. I traced my finger over the areas where they had been detected. The texture was rougher and almost sticky. Did someone use transmutation magic to alter the floor? Or maybe it was some kind of sugary liquid, perhaps. Oh. Didn't mean to open up the menu. Apparently that's what the enter button does. Anyway, this is a great piece of splash art. Huh? Oh, these are good. These are good. Fantastic. Fantastic stuff. Okay. Okay, so we saw that. There was a lamp mounted on the wall. It seemed to be built into the tavern. Is this an artificery machine? I didn't expect to find something this sophisticated in a town like this. Bah, artificery is just magic with a different name. Actually, these machines draw ether from surrounding ley lines to... I didn't ask for a science lesson. Anyways, look where artificery got these folks. The energy cell broke, and they haven't had any power for weeks. Just goes to show that nothing can beat good old flame. Oil and flame. Broken power cell. The McCoy Inn is outfitted with several lamps powered by artificery. However, the arcane power cell has been broken for weeks and the lamps can't be turned on. Okay, that's good to know. Okay, I already saw all that. Here's the thing. There were candles on each of the tables in the dining area, but there were also lamps mounted on the walls. On closer inspection, they appeared to be artificery, machines that could reproduce the effects of magic. Why wasn't the Inquisition using those instead? Ah, here we go. It's a painting of a mage? There's some text on it. Somala Daglian, a legendary practitioner of the arcane arts. He mysteriously disappeared one day. It's rumored that he was developing a formula for a new transmutation spell. Daglian was reckless in casting the spell, however, and he quickly lost control of it. His body was never found. Many speculate that he didn't die during the accident, but if that was true, where did the spell take him? Sounds like a cautionary tale against using magic. That might have explained why Flynnhart kept it in his tavern. It's a portrait of someone. There's some text on it. Adam Evely, politician of the Pedantic. Well, I've heard of this guy. He's some kind of politician from one of the nations south of here. I heard he's pretty much a shoo-in to win whatever election they have going there. An election? Had Flynnhart been studying alternate forms of government for his little revolution? Okay, that's all the candles. All those are highlightable. Is there anything else that we're missing here? Like anything, if it has like a gray interior, then we haven't seen it. Anything on the ground here? Ba-da-ba-ding, ba-da-ba-doom, ba-da-ba-die. Anything in the rafters? Back. Okay. I guess we can just present stuff and see what goes on here. Badge. Kid, you already showed that thing to me. Yeah, it's my attorney's runestone. I know. Looks like a little kid shoving his mom a drawing. I cleared my throat as I stowed the runestone back in my pocket. Hell yeah. Okay. What do you think about this? Okay. Let's just go ahead and keep presenting all this stuff here. Make sure we don't get any dialogue they're missing out on before we head out of here. Ba-da-ba-da-ba-da. Probably nothing because this is the tutorial area and there's not anything too complex here, yada yada, but we gotta be thorough here because I don't see any other options that we have right now. Okay, cool. Alright, we've done the talking, done the examining. I guess we just gotta move. Oh, upstairs. Hey, let's check out upstairs. As I made my way up the stairs, I overheard Steelwind arguing with someone. If you keep showing your face here, people will start asking questions. I have the investigation under control now. All you have to do is stay quiet until this is over. You may be a Steelwind, but this is my land. I will do as I see fit. As I turned down the hallway, I bumped into what happened to be a nobleman. With a quick motion, he drew a handkerchief to clean the parts of his clothes that had brushed against me, his cold gaze hardening into a contemptuous glare. He gave me the same look he probably gave to a rotting pile of excrement on the Cornhaven streets. Oh, sorry. Watch where you're going, you weed. Oh, you're that defense attorney from the trial, aren't you? And you are? I am Garrick Pierce, the ruling noble of this land. Garrick Pierce, nobleman, age 38, the leader of House Pierce. He is the ruling noble of Cornhaven and the villages nearby. He appears to be involved in Prosecutor Steelwind's case against Celeste, but to what extent? What could it possibly be? I suppose I should thank you for playing your role in the current trial. If only you weren't such a stubborn nuisance. I suppose that you already believe my client is guilty? I never said that. But I'm not wrong, am I? It matters not what I believe. This entire scandal has done nothing but rile up the public. Magic is a gift for the nobility, and the nobility alone. It is a symbol of our cosmic right to rule. Bastards like that girl should know their place. This is what happens when the gift of magic is used by those of impure blood. She's just an innocent woman who's got wrapped up in all of this. Huh! I must commend you. You almost had me fooled. Excuse me? Wait, did you actually believe her little story? What good is a defense attorney if they don't believe in their clients? Scaled Lord, and here I took you for another envious commoner, but you actually believe that trite. Are you sure you're Timur's brat? I knew I had to pick my battles, but I really weighed the legal consequences of punching him square in the face. Let me tell you something, boy. Even if that bastard is innocent, the charges have been laid and made public. Someone must take the fall, lest the public accuse the justice system of corruption. If the king believes there is any unrest here, even for a moment, he will unleash Lucio Steelwind and his soldiers upon this region. I'm sure you're well aware of what tends to follow after. That doesn't mean my client should be convicted of a crime she didn't commit. What is one insignificant girl when compared to the stability and well-being of the people in this land? You're far too short-sighted. That's enough. Stop antagonizing him, Pierce. I don't like how similar those two look. when they get angry. I get very there's some parallels going on here between Arya and Celeste that I think we might be getting some connections to later on. I think we might be discussing this. He glanced at the prosecutor for a moment and then back at me. For a moment, I caught a flicker of fear in his eyes. I suppose that even House Pierce had reason to fear the Steel Winds. Without another word, he walked down the stairs. I don't agree with him. What? Our system should exist to deliver truth and justice, not quell public opinion. If you really believe that, you wouldn't be working against my client. Do you honestly think that she's the kind of monster who would murder her own father? I'm not so superficial that I judge someone based on their appearance. The only thing I trust is evidence, and all of it points to her as the only possible killer. Is that really what you believe? Or are you just trying to hide the fact that you're here on your father's behalf? I am not working with my father. I'm working against him just as much as you are. What? She's working against her father? My apologies. I don't know what came over me. It's fine. I respect you, Mr. Cuthbert. You should fight according to your own ideals, just as I will fight for mine. I tried to think of a retort, but said nothing as she walked past me. Several doors lead to guest rooms. Aside from the rooms that Miss Tamora and I used, they didn't look like they'd been open for quite some time. Oh, wait a second. There were some candles lighting up the hallway. It looked like they were a part of the old architecture. Door back there. Anything else that I'm missing? Any panels? Any tiles? There was a door at the end of the hallway. I saw light from under the door. Someone was inside. I tried to open the door, but it seemed to be locked. I knocked on the door, but received no answer in return. Curious. Quite curious indeed. I wonder what is happening here. Okay. We should go to the McCoy Tavern really quickly to see if anything's changed downstairs. Does not appear to be the case. Oh, that was the bed used. Didn't mean to go there. Let's go moving to the Wraithhobe Dungeons, please. Wraithhobe. I returned to the dungeons, but Celeste's cell was empty. The Inquisition must still be questioning her. I'll need to come back later. Okay, so I guess I have not found everything. Let's go into the courthouse lobby really quickly. Oh, Cuthbert, you're back? Sorry, I guess I'm just a little lost about where to go. Well, I guess I can give you some guidance. During your investigation, you can talk to your mentor to get a clue on where to go next. Feel free to do this if you ever feel lost or stuck. In future cases, you may receive assistance from a certain mercenary. I wonder what that could mean. I wonder what they are foreshadowing for later. I wonder what that is supposed to be. You should really head to the crime scene and gather as much information as possible. Right. I still have no idea what's happening in the night of the murder. Okay. Where should I go next, Miss Tamora? You haven't really gone anywhere. You should really head to the crime scene. Oh, right, of course. Okay, well... Sure. Phoenix Wright taps 2 islands to counterspell? That's my favorite objection. Counterspell! Oh my lordy lord, I checked Twitch right before bed and you're playing Peak? It's pretty good. I'm pretty happy about it. Unfortunately, you gotta go to bed. You've got to get your Widow Sweepy, so you can't stay here, Oracle. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. But it's good to see you. How you doing, Oracle? Okay, so we've already talked about everything here. Is there anything that I haven't examined here? Oh, wait a second. There we go. Yeah, pesky requirement to sleep so I can be awake for silly card games tomorrow. It's so why would they do that? Why would they build corporeal forms that require you to be knocked out for 8 hours? It's bullshit. Shards of a broken bottle were next to the chalk outline. The shard has a label on it. It says lotus juice? I've never heard of that brand before. Now, I know of a band called Lotus Juice. They make some pretty sweet stuff for their Persona game, but other than that, I'm lost. If they do a secret layer of Phoenix Wright, they'll make the counterspell into ejection. They have to. They have to do that. But it's not going to be counterspell. It's going to be one of those, like, Azorius counterspells, like a blue-white thing. Okay, but when I wake up, I can open cardboard. Oh, so you're saying the victim suffered some mass destruction? Look, I'm just saying, they really got to stop going around casting spells and disturbing the peace. It's not good. It's not good. The shattered remains of a glass bottle. You found it next to Flynn Hart McCoy's body. The label says the words Lotus Juice. Okay, so that was the only thing that I missed here, though. Like, there's nothing else. I mean, why are you stuck there? I will say, it is a little frustrating that there are so many of, like, the same thing in the room. It makes, like, scanning for new stuff. I'm glad that it highlights where you can interact with something. That's a good quality of life thing. But the fact that, like, all of these different candles say the same thing is kind of rough, though it does mean that it's hard to miss, but I don't know. I found everything that I could in the dining area, but what did it all mean? No other murder weapon was found, and there wasn't any evidence of another person at the scene either. I only knew about the anonymous witness who discovered the body. Hey, you okay, kid? Once again, I let everything else disappear from the world. You listening? There's no clear evidence pointing to another killer. There is, however, evidence pointing to whether or not Flynn Hart moved when he was attacked. What? How did Flynn Hart move before he died? There's no blood trail leading to or from the body. That fact implies something about the location of Flynn Hart's death. Oh, okay, deduction. How did Flynn Hart move before he died? Okay. During investigations, you'll sometimes go over all that you've learned to formulate deductions. Tyrion will think through the case and raise statements that must be answered. Use the arrows to construct a sentence that responds to the statement. While more than one response may be technically true, only one response will be meaningful. Well, that's rough. No, like when that happens. Okay, how did Flynn Hart move before he died? The killer did not fight during the attack. Flynn Hart did not fight during the attack. Yeah, because he didn't move anywhere. He just kind of like dropped. How did Flynn Hart move before he died? Simple. He did not die during the... Oh, actually, that is a sentence that makes sense. I've got to get you on a mystery game show sometimes. That'd be really cool. A mystery game stream. I would love to join in. I love me a little deducing. I love figuring out nasty little secrets. He just decided to not die, actually. It was really weird. Why are we even here? He's wasting our time. Okay. I don't move before he died. Blood trail leading from Lena's body. That told me something important. Namely, where Flynn Hart was throughout the murder. Okay, so it's not going to punish us for being wrong, so that's fine. It's fine that it makes us be specific if it's not going to penalize us for being close. They're just going to enter this date right like a Family Guy bit. Okay, how did Flynn Hart move? Okay, so the killer... The killer did fight last week. Not this week, but last week. Okay. After the arrest, during the argument, during the attack... So Flynn Hart did died. Can we put that? Okay, no. We died last week. That's how we figured this out. What are those extra noises that are going on? Okay. So Tyrion, Celeste, the killer, Flynn Hart. So Flintheart did not move during the attack. Is that it? Okay, so that's how we know that we got it right. Flintheart died when he was attacked. He didn't move from his position at all. He might have even died instantaneously. Yeah, I guess that makes sense. There's also the autopsy report, which says that he died from a stab from behind. He must have been facing away from his attacker. He was probably caught off guard, and he would have been in shock and too incapacitated to move. It also doesn't look like his body was dragged anywhere either. He was definitely attacked right where the chalk outline is. I'll run bits with the journal rivalry later. Have a good one, buddy. Absolutely. Have a good night, and I look forward to seeing you on the battlefield. No, don't worry. I get it. Hey, look. Ain't no one doing proper bits. Well, that's not fair. People are doing unhinged bits, which is kind of like has a higher crit rate, but has a higher miss chance too. That's what happens when you're tired. But if you're not going for those kind of bits, now's not the time for it. Have a good rest. Get charged up. We'll do wild stuff tomorrow. Alright, crime scene map has been updated. A geometrically scaled map, a data location of the V marker, also the location of where the murder had been occupied. There's also the shattered bottle of lotus juice. How did the bottle shatter? The fragments are right next to the body. The bottle must have only been shattered hours ago. Alright, so Flynn dropped the bottle during the attack. Like, that's what everything would lead to, right? Flintheart dropped the bottle exactly when he was attacked, which implies that he was holding it when the attack occurred. Okay, updated evidence. What's so strange about that? These details may seem insignificant, but together they'll give me a better idea of what the board looked like. The board. There's also the fact that the lights were out. Were these candles here when you arrived at this crime scene, Orm? No, we had to light some so that we could see the crime scene properly. What was the state of the crime scene? We thought it was weird, too. The girl and her father must have had their argument in the dark. So they didn't light any candles to make up for the broken lights. What was it? The crime scene was... The crime scene wasn't lit by lamps. There wasn't any lighting during the attack. It could have been produced by the murderer. I could slowly see the position of the pieces, but there were still areas I was unsure of. Alright. They might have used a torch or a lantern of some kind. Additionally, the argument that Celeste had with Flintheart must have been sparked by something. Things seemed fine between them before I went to bed. It was spontaneous. They weren't planning to have a conversation in this room. In this darkness, Flintheart wouldn't have had a lot of visibility. He probably never saw the attack coming. He would have been surprised and in too much shock to run away. Kid? The bottle may seem insignificant, but he was holding it when he was attacked. Was he pouring a drink for himself or a visitor? Kid! I was in a frenzy, but the commander snapped me back to reality. What was that all about? Sorry, I just got lost in my head sometimes. Yeah, well, cut it out. I'm mumbling like a crazy person. Right, sorry. It felt like I'd found everything I could here. It was time to move somewhere else. Okay, can we get anything out of the room that was locked at the top? Okay, nothing there. Okay, then, one more exam. Is there anything that we're missing here? Anything that we're missing? Top sides, any doors or anything specific? Doesn't look like it. Yada, yada, yada. Okay. Now let's try going to the Wraithome dungeons. There we go. I arrived back at the dungeons. Celeste was huddled down in the corner of her cell. She noticed me, and the weight from her shoulders seemed to lift, if only for a moment. Hi. She had avoided me before, but I doubt she had seen many friendly faces during the trial. Hi, I can't stay for long. I just need to ask you some questions about the case. Alright. I'm really sorry for what happened today. Well, it all ended up okay in the end, right? That was unusually forgiving. If she hadn't calmed me down, the trial may have ended very differently. I still don't understand, though. Why were there so many traces of magic at the crime scene? Did you cast Mage Blade on your sword that day? I used it when I was training last week. Is that where those traces came from? No. Magical traces only last for 48 hours. After that, they disappear completely. So she didn't even use Mage Blade to fight the bears. What a master of combat. I would have cast Mage Blade. I would need it. She doesn't. Not to mention that spells only leave traces of magic on the objects they're cast on. Even if the spell made physical contact with the body, the traces shouldn't have spread to the wound. Really? Oh, what does that mean then? I don't know. The floor next to the body had a strange texture to it too. If the killer used a transmutation spell, it may have changed your sword and the surrounding floor. That doesn't make any sense though. I know my theory sounds far-fetched, but the traces were only on parts of the sword. That must mean that the outer layer of the sword must have broken off during the murder. But my sword can't be damaged like that, even when transmutation magic is used on it. That's the whole reason why I have it. You might think a Mage Blade is a magical sword, but it's actually a magical Beyblade. Go, Bit Beast! Mage Bladrius! And that, Your Honor, is how we lost the Beyblade tournament, meaning that we have an alibi. How can you be so sure? Back when I was traveling, I'd always break my weapons by swinging them too hard. They'd end up breaking in 2 or 3 swings, maybe 4 if it was well made. How much force was she swinging these weapons with? That sword was a gift from one of my clients. He said it was specifically carved from the bones of a purple worm. Transmutation spells can't damage them. I've had it for years, and it doesn't have a single chip in it. I don't even need to sharpen it. Where did you get this sword again? The Eastern Kingdoms? Isn't travel outside of Wyverngard illegal? Mercenaries don't have a lot more legitimate options to work in Wyverngard. I did what I had to do. I doubted I'd be able to contact the swordsmaker in time, if at all. I would just have to take her word for it. But if what she's saying was true, why weren't the traces of transmutation magic covering the entire sword? Could you tell me more about your father? I'm sorry. I know this must be difficult for you. I remember how you two were yesterday. Is this really going to help? Knowing more about him could help me figure out who actually did this. Okay. I was adopted by the McCoys when I was a baby, but they always treated me like I was part of their family. The townsfolk would always shoo me away. They didn't want anything to do with a noble bastard. My dad got into a bunch of fights with them over that. But I had to go and ruin everything. He was a voice of dissidence, wasn't he? Did you share his views? I knew he hated the nobility, but I didn't know about his rallies until just recently. If I knew how much danger his life was in, I'd never have left Wyverngard. I think he knew that. If I'd been there that night, he'd still be... Oh, it's all my fault. It's not your fault. No one could have expected that. I felt sorry for her, but I really needed to know more. I could hear your arguments from my room last night. Your neighbors must have overheard it too. Did any of them come by to check up on you two? They might have seen the person who did this. I doubt it. Even if they did see something, they wouldn't testify for someone like me. Why? I thought your father was a key figure among the dissidents. Yeah, but all of his supporters came from the neighboring towns. Everyone inside the village hates our family. People could tell I was adopted. It's not as if I look like either of my parents. Rumors spread about how some noble lord must have had a tryst with my mom. They were wrong, obviously, but it's hard to stop a rumor like that when it's spread. That's terrible. It's fine. I stopped caring about it years ago. Things were manageable before. But things got worse when my dad started speaking out against the nobility. He wasn't just a pariah at that point. He was drawing a lot of attention to Cornhaven. Everyone heard the rumors about what the Grand General was doing in villages like ours. The neighbors tried to threaten my dad to stop, and when that didn't work, they started vandalizing our tavern, and they'd even steal my parents' supplies. I had to come back to Wyverngard because some of the other villagers broke into the tavern. They were cowards. They thought they could scare your dad into stopping. They were scared. My dad was painting a giant target on this region. It's not as if the kingdom would care if a village like ours were destroyed. She wasn't wrong. Stories of Lucio Steelwind were circulating in the papers for months. Even with that, he still stood at the top of this kingdom. There were no real consequences. Could you tell me why Flintheart was so angry at you? For as long as I can remember, my dad hated magic. If he even mentioned it around him, he'd fly into a rage about it. And you were born a mage. Ever since our tavern closed, my family's been in a lot of debt. Fighting always came naturally to me, so I became a mercenary and learned how to use magic to help me fight. Most of Wyverngard's mages are nobility. People will pay a lot for a soldier who can use arcane magic. So that's why she was a mercenary. Celeste McCoy learned magic so she could support her family. Apparently, many people will pay extra for a mercenary that can use magic. Oh my gosh, is that Dempire Ian? Oh my goodness! How are you doing this evening? Last night, my dad found my spell compendium. When I saw him holding it, I finally came clean to him, and that set him off. He shouted at me. He told me that I'd betrayed him and everything he stood for. I can't imagine how that must have felt. I deserved it. I knew how much he hated magic. He was fighting for what he believed in, and I wasn't even there to protect him. Don't say that. You couldn't have known what would happen. I'm sure he still loved you. He just lost his temper. No, I could see it in his eyes. He hated me, and he died hating me. I felt a sharp pain in my chest as I read that, but I didn't say anything more. Tired day. Oof, a lot of stuff to do. Well, hope you get some good rest, because tomorrow we're going to make it even more insufferable for you. You have invited a lot of bit propagators, so you're going to need as much gumption as possible to deal with that. Real, very real. It's going to be your birthday, and our gift to you is pain! There's a locked room in the tavern. It's at the very end of the hallway upstairs. The Inquisition probably searched it already, but it's the only room I haven't seen yet. At the end of the hallway? I think that's my room. Do you know how I could get in there? I'm your lawyer. I'm not going to do anything strange. Sorry, you're right. I always keep the key on me. You can use this to get inside. Alright, room. 4 bit freaks in one room. It's going to be insufferable. We are going to be a bit echo chamber. We're just going to be bouncing bits around like we're playing Breakout. Okay. Let's head back to the upstairs tavern. Oh. We can just move to the room. Sick. I slid Celeste's key into the lock and turned it, allowing the door to creak open. I heard the fumbling of objects on the other side. Someone else was there. I've already told your knights everything that I know. What more do you... Oh, it's you! Something about the way the woman carried herself reminded me of Celeste. I knew she was adopted, but she clearly took after her mother. I recognized the same bubbly warmth in the woman's posture, tempered with a subtle hint of maturity. Yeah, subtle is how I would explain her maturity. Sorry if I'm intruding, but what are you doing in Celeste's room? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm Jolene. I'm Celeste's mother. Jolene McCoy. Occupation unemployed. Age 46. Celeste's mother. I can't imagine what she's going through. She's not only has to grieve her husband's death, but also deal with her daughter's arrest for his murder. I can't thank you enough for everything that you've done for her. I really appreciate you sticking by her after she hit you like that. It's fine, really. I kind of deserved it for freezing up like that. Anyway, Jolene was Flintheart's wife. That meant that she knew him better than anyone else, even Celeste. Do you mind if I ask you some questions? Of course. I'll do anything to help. He's helped Celeste a lot, but can I really trust him? The eye revealed a hint of fear and distrust from her. Can you tell me more about your husband? Why did he hate magic so much? I understand that magic is a symbol of the nobility, but things sounded different with him. It's as if he thought Celeste had betrayed him somehow. I wasn't there when they were arguing, but I can only imagine what he said to her. He's never had anything good to say about mages, and I can see how much his words indirectly hurt her. Did something happen? I don't really know. I don't trust him enough. I shouldn't talk about Effie. Who's Effie? Does Flintheart's resentment have something to do with Effie? How do you know about her? There shouldn't be any record of what happened. I have my ways of finding out. Of course. You work with Ruby Tamora. What did she do? Did she strong-arm one of the neighbors into talking? We don't need people like her going around Cornhaven and opening up old wounds. What? Flintheart always idolized her, but I could never stand her methods. Is this about the rumors? Rumors? When my mentor started fighting against the justice system, the nobility started levying accusations of misconduct against her. They spread rumors that she engaged in bribery, forgery, and blackmail, all to discredit her. Is that really true? She personally taught me how to defend persecuted mages like your daughter. You've seen how I defended Celeste. I'm doing everything honestly and legally. Miss McCoy, I know you don't know who to trust right now, but I need to know more about Flintheart. Right now, I don't have any leads as to who might have done this. Okay, but promise me that you won't mention any of this in court. I don't want Celeste being dragged into another scandal, and I sure as hell don't want any more steel winds showing up in town. I can't make any promises, but my priority will always be to keep your daughter safe. I guess that's as much as I can ask for. Effie was Flintheart's younger sister. Celeste doesn't know about her. She died 20 years ago, and Flintheart never brought her up. What happened? She was friends with the son of the ruling noble back then, and he'd always sneak into town to see her. He was so different back then. Effie had always loved magic. It reminded her of the fairy tales she read growing up. He'd always shown her his spells by the lake, all to make her smile. But he'd been warned not to use his spells without his instructor present. One day, he lost control of one of his spells and wounded Effie. We rushed her back into the city, but it was too late. By the time we could dress her wounds, she was already gone. Stories like that were awfully common among the nobility these days. The next day, the Arcane Inquisition came to investigate what happened. The boy's parents used their influence to cover everything up. They even threatened Flintheart's family into staying quiet. After that, they told the town that Effie had been mauled to death by a wolf. That info? Flintheart all but declared war on the nobility after that. He turned our tavern into a meeting place for commoners who shared his resentment. Word spread, and night after night, more and more revolutionaries started showing up to his rallies. It wasn't long before they started planning a revolution. They started contacting like-minded groups in the towns nearby. They were even starting to arm themselves. I could only watch as everything unfolded. I'd heard stories about what the Steel Winds were doing to people like him. I begged him to stop. So did some of the other townsfolk. We knew he was going to get all of us killed. I was shocked when the Knights told me he'd been murdered, but I wasn't surprised. I really hoped he'd let go of his anger when Celeste showed up. He was really starting to change after we adopted her. Can you tell me more about Celeste? How did she become part of your family? It all happened 19 years ago, a year after Effie's death. We were closing one night when we found a baby with white hair abandoned in the dining area. We waited weeks for her parents to come by, but no one ever came looking for her. We named her Celeste, after the full moon that was out that night. We'd always wanted a child, so I thought she might have been a gift from the Scaled Lord. But one day I spotted Celeste practicing her magic. I think that's when I realized that a noble must have abandoned her at our inn. I didn't care, though. I loved her all the same. Flintheart did, too. Wait, you knew that she was a mage this entire time? I did. You haven't known her very long, but she's a terrible liar. Flintheart must have noticed it, too, but I think that he didn't want to believe it. It's my fault. I should have forced him to see the truth. Okay. I spoke with Celeste earlier, and she believes her father died hating her. What? He loved her more than anything in the world. They must have been really close. More than anything. Do you want to hear a story? Celeste had just come from the Eastern Kingdoms. She wouldn't stop talking about this foreign drink that she loved. Flintheart did everything he could to have it shipped here. He even called in a bunch of favors to do it. In the end, he was only able to get a single bottle of it. Is it really that rare? It's a product of the Eastern Kingdoms, and it's hard to import anything from outside of Wyverngard. I wouldn't be surprised if it were the only bottle of lotus juice in this region. Oh! Wait a minute. Lotus juice? Is that the bottle that Flintheart bought? Oh no, he was going to surprise her with it. I wondered where it disappeared to. I found it shattered on the floor of the dining area. That's strange. Celeste would always help herself to our pantry, so he was hiding it in our room. Really? When was the last time you saw it? It was right before I left the house that night. It would have been in his room before the argument. Okay, good to know. I'd investigated the tavern as much as I could, but there was still one thing left I needed to do. It was time to head back to the dungeons and talk to Celeste. Oh, you're back! Did you forget something? There was one last thing that I wanted to talk to you about. I wanted to talk to you about the argument you had with Flintheart. Oh. I knew what it was like to lose a parent. I'd never been able to carry that burden if I thought my mother had died hating me. I know he was angry at you, but after everything I've heard about you two, I know that he still loved you. Tyrion, even in his final moments, I'm sure that he still cared for you. Shut up. You don't know what you're talking about. Looked like it wouldn't be that simple, though. I would need to persuade her if I wanted her to believe me. Well, then how about... Wait, no, do I have to do a talk thing? Here, can I do a present thing of the bottle? It doesn't do anything. Okay, we're going in blind on this. The final argument with her father would be a lasting scar on Celeste. Throughout his entire investigation, I'd learned how much they cared for each other. I couldn't leave things as they were. You bet I'm starting an argument. Chess pieces! Stop throwing chess pieces at me! I don't know enough yet! I know you're just trying to make me feel better, but my dad has hated mages. I knew that better than anyone. He's always hated magic. There's no reason behind it. No reason, huh? Well... I don't know if it's my place to say this, but there's a reason why your father hated magic. What? Decades ago, he had a sister. She was killed by a mage in a tragic accident. That's why he resents magic so much. It ripped away someone that he loved dearly. I never knew that. But that just proves it then, doesn't it? It was selfish of me to learn magic. I knew how he felt about it, but I didn't care. I just wanted to get away from my life here. He had every right to be angry at me. I was being selfish. Oh, you bet your ass you weren't being selfish. Proof of order. Celeste occupation. But you didn't learn magic just to benefit yourself, though. You used it to support your family. You gave them hope when the nobility shut down their tavern. You didn't have a choice. You had a gift, and you used it to your advantage. That's not selfish. Shut up. What? Just shut up, Tyrion. Why won't you leave me alone? Celeste, you don't know anything. You weren't there. You didn't hear what he said to me. You didn't see the way he was looking at me. He was only thinking about how I betrayed him. I knew him. I knew him better than anyone. He loved me. He took care of me. And I threw it all away. I chose to become a mage. He would never forgive me for that. Absolutely not. Don't you think that? Oh wait, no. Wait, that bottle? It's a bottle of lotus juice. These shards were on the floor of the crime scene. What? That can't be true. They don't even sell it in Wyverngard. Your father called in a bunch of favors to have it imported for you. He did? He didn't hate you, Celeste. He imported your favorite drink just to make you happy. No. This still doesn't change anything. If he did that all for me, it was before he knew the truth. That's not true. Stop acting like you know anything about us. You only met us yesterday. How could you know how he felt about me? Don't you think I want to believe you? I know the truth. He hated me. He hated me just like he hated every other mage. Celeste, your mother said the bottle was stowed in her room, but I found it shattered in the dining area near where the murder happened. He was holding it when he died. That means he retrieved it after your argument. So, why would he have your gift if he was still angry at you? No. Why would he have... It's because he loved you, Celeste. He knew he'd lost his temper and hurt you. So he was going to use that gift to apologize to you. What? I still don't like this. My daughter, working as a mercenary of all things. Come on, Dad. You know I can handle myself out there. You shouldn't have to. They closed the inn. If I didn't do this, we wouldn't have made it through the last few winters. I know you're worried, but I can do this. No one can ever beat me in a fight. Just be careful. I don't know what I'd do if anything happened to you. Don't worry. Just let me do this for you. You and Mom both took me in. You took care of me for my entire life. I know I'm not really your daughter, but... Why would you say something like that? I'm sorry. I didn't mean... Did those idiots in the town say that? Tell me who. I'll go knock them out right now. Dad, no one said that. It's just, you're a McCoy. You've always been a McCoy. You're the real McCoy. You're our daughter. I won't let anyone say otherwise. Especially you. Okay. Thanks, Dad. I love you. I love you too. How could I ever think that? She trailed off. She had barely been keeping it together throughout the whole argument. Her voice began to break, and she broke along with it. She paused for a moment, trembling. Then, she slowly fell against me. She gripped me tightly, everything from the last few days finally crashing down on her. I was sure I was the last person she wanted to comfort her, but I was the only one there. She'd held back her grief for this long. She was strong, much stronger than I had been. I hesitated, unsure of how to respond. I just held her as quiet sobs echoed softly throughout the cell. Celeste, I'm sorry, but please don't talk right now. I did as she asked. I wasn't sure if it was enough, but I held her tightly. Are you feeling better? Yeah, thanks. She wiped her eyes. They were still red, but she smiled at me, and it wasn't forced this time. Do you need water? What? I just thought I figured you lost fluids, and I thought you might be dehydrated? What was I saying? Celeste snorted out a laugh. I felt silly, but something about her laugh left me flustered. Tyrion, is everything really gonna be okay? It will be. I'll get you that acquittal no matter what. Man, king, or god? Yeah, man, king, or god. She giggled to herself. Anyway, you should rest. The trial's gonna resume soon. I learned as much as I could about what happened, but I had to assume that Steelwind had done the same. Who knew what the prosecution had in store for us? I just had to hope that I'd stack the board in my favor. Or else we're fucked. Has Pierce given you any of the details, Rudolph? Will you remember them? Yes, my notes are pristine, and I pride myself on my eidetic memory. Just so that there are no misunderstandings, I do not approve of this. You said it yourself, Lady Steelwind. The evidence proves that I couldn't have murdered Flynnhart, which leaves the bastard child as the only suspect. We don't know what sort of tricks Timorous stooge may pull tomorrow. Just see this as a way of securing a just verdict. There will be no need for your father to intervene. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. E-oh. Hi, Mr. Morrow. Cuthbert. How did the investigation go? I feel more prepared at the very least. I don't know exactly what happened, but I have a clearer picture of the crime scene. What did you find out? So, there are still no clues directly pointing to another suspect. Have you been able to coax any new details from McCoy? She's already told me everything she knows. She's not the one who killed Flynnhart, Miss Tamora. I'm sure of that now. You trust people far too easily, Cuthbert. You say that like it's a bad thing. It's going to get you hurt one of these days. People are never as innocent as they appear. Does that include you? What? Commander White had a lot of things to say about you. Should I have listened to him? What are you trying to say? I'm saying that I've never believed the rumors about you, not for a second. You saved me when I had nothing, and taught me how to fight against the nobility. Everyone told me that you were a criminal. I wouldn't be here right now if I'd listened to them. Cuthbert. I'm not gonna stop trying to see the best in people. Celeste is innocent, and I'll prove that to everyone, including you. You can be really stubborn sometimes, you know that? I get it from you. That seemed to get a chuckle out of her. I wish I could see the world the way you do, Cuthbert, but the truth isn't always what you want it to be. I know, but I'm not going to let that change me. I took a deep breath and readied myself. I was approaching the end game now. All I had to do was move the final pieces into place and end this, once and for all. The bailiff led Celeste into the courtroom, and I followed closely behind her. Uh-oh. Secrets! Court is now resumed for the trial of Celeste McCoy. Let us review the proceedings from yesterday. The defense presented some unfortunate oversights made during the investigation. I personally saw to it that the crime scene was thoroughly inspected this time. I see. I suppose that puts my mind at ease, if nothing else. At yesterday's trial, we found an inconsistency between the crime scene photo and the autopsy report. Because of this, the defense argued that a third party must have interfered with the crime scene to frame the defendant. To clear any doubts you may have, the individual who discovered the body has decided to testify today. Really? It was my understanding that they wanted to remain anonymous. The witness in question was within the gallery of the trial yesterday. After yesterday's proceedings, he felt that he couldn't stay silent any longer. Very well. Let's hear from this witness. Witness, please state your name and occupation for the court. My name is Reese Reginald Rudolph. I am a chauffeur. Rudolph appeared to be writing something in a notebook. His pen glided across the page, filling line after line within seconds. Mr. Rudolph? Ah, forgive me. I was merely recording everyone present in this room. You're taking notes? I always keep clear and detailed records of my actions each day. I found that ordering the present naturally brings order to the future. What? With such detailed records, your testimony about the defendant must be thorough indeed. Actually, I witnessed much more than just the defendant. I saw the crime as it was being committed, and I wrote down everything that I witnessed. What? If what you're saying is true, why have you waited until now to testify? We have initially concluded that the evidence alone was decisive enough. We saw no need for Mr. Rudolph to testify. However, that clearly changed after yesterday's trial. There was no way the prosecution wouldn't use eyewitness testimony from the start. There had to be another reason why he didn't take the stand yesterday. Very well. Mr. Rudolph, please testify to the court about what you saw that night. I was transporting a client in my carriage that evening. We were driving by the McCoy Tavern when we heard a disturbance. This occurred at 1:08 a.m. Worried that something was amiss, I walked into the establishment to see what the commotion was about. That was when I saw the defendant, lit by the blue glow of the dining room lights. She had stabbed Flintheart, and her sword was shining with magical energy. She pulled her sword from Flintheart's back. As he turned to face her, she stabbed him again in his chest. She soon realized that I had witnessed her heinous crime. She dropped her weapon, still impaled in Flintheart, and fled the scene. Incredible. If everything occurred as the witness described, then I see no room for debate. Of course, the evidence has always been irrefutable. I didn't remember seeing another carriage when I left to look for Celeste, but it was pretty dark. I could have just missed it. Celeste, did you see him when you left the tavern? No. I don't think I've ever met him before. Does that mean what I think it means? We shouldn't jump to conclusions, but if he testified that you saw him, he's clearly lying. I just needed to find out why. The defense may now begin their cross-examination. Alright, let's do this. I was transporting a client in my carriage that evening. Who was the passenger in your carriage? Ah, well. Objection. The identity of the passenger is irrelevant. The current witness is the person who observed the crime. If there was another person at the scene, they may also have crucial testimony. The passenger is under no obligation to testify before the court. The current witness's account of the events is more than adequate. I agree. I see no reason for Mr. Rudolph to disclose the identity of his client. Oh. We were driving by the McCoy Tavern when we heard a disturbance. This occurred at 1:08 a.m. Can I assume this disturbance was the argument between my client and her father? Yes. I heard two distinct voices. One young woman and an older man. Right. That also matches up with what the neighbors heard. What did you do after hearing the disturbance, Mr. Rudolph? Worried that something was amiss, I walked into the establishment to see what the commotion was about. You stopped your carriage in the middle of a job? What did your passenger think of that? He took no issue with it. What kind of passenger would be okay with stopping mid-drive? The passenger's thoughts on the matter are irrelevant to his testimony, unless you have any hard evidence to prove otherwise. She objected whenever I brought up the passenger. There was something more there. Now then, please tell us what you saw in the establishment, Mr. Rudolph. That was when I saw the defendant, lit by the blue glow of the dining room lights. She had stabbed Flintheart, her sword shining with magical energy. You sound certain that you saw my client and the victim. How are you so sure it was them? Flintheart McCoy and his daughter were well known within the town. Flintheart made himself quite known in the region through his social activism, and young Celeste tends to stand out whenever she walks through the streets. Is he hitting on me? It does make sense. You don't really look like the average commoner. Are you hitting on me? Be serious. Insert the be serious meme, too serious thing. Anyway, Mr. Rudolph, do you live in Cornhaven? I don't live there, but my work brings me to town quite frequently. The witness's place of residence has no bearing on his testimony. What matters is that he was there when the murder occurred. Steelwind kept deflecting questions about his life. She pulled her sword from Flintheart's back. As he turned to face her, she stabbed him again in his chest. So you're saying that my defendant stabbed him twice with her sword? Yes, that's exactly what I saw. There's only one visible wound on the body. What you say is true, then that means that she stabbed him through the same wound. Isn't that extremely improbable? Improbable, but not impossible. It may be strange, but that's what the witness saw happen. She was reaching with that, but I wouldn't get anywhere unless I could prove he was lying. She soon realized that I had witnessed her heinous crime. She dropped her weapon, still impaled in Flintheart, and fled the scene. You supposedly witnessed a murder and you let the perpetrator get away? I'm just a simple carriage driver. I have no way of combating an armed assailant. The witness also saw the defendant using magic. Would you really expect a chauffeur to subdue an armed mercenary? I guess not. He probably came up with a detailed story beforehand and wrote everything down. His quirk is the perfect cover for him to read over his notes. It'll probably be hard to catch him lying if he has a way to keep his story straight. It's actually quite the opposite. With that many details, it'll be that much easier to find an inconsistency. I just needed to find it. Okay, so we know it's this one because the dining room lights shouldn't be on. The candles would just be normal lights and the power cell was out. But that being said, this sounds like what was shown in the intro, so unless we come back to this with some information added on, it doesn't sound like what we used to stop this. It sounded like it was a positional thing. Let's check the crime scene map really quickly. Okay, so it can't be that they didn't see it. We'll present the power cell being broken, so because that means the lights couldn't have been on. Rudolph, you testified that you saw my client murdering the victim. And you supposedly saw her casting magic while doing so? Yes. I could not forget such a grisly sight. That moment was burned into my memory. I see. Well, it's funny that you say that. What makes you say that? Because your entire testimony was a complete lie. Okay, this is the moment from the opening. What? Are you accusing the witness of perjury? Surely you know that such accusations can't be made lightly, Mr. Cuthbert. Miss Steelwind, the dining room lights are artificery devices that are powered by an arcane power cell. However, that same arcane power cell was broken during the time of the murder. Those lights had no energy, and the room would have been pitch black. The witness couldn't have seen anything, much less a homicide. Wait, I can explain. There's no need, witness. You could have easily seen another source of light. The McCoys probably lit a candle or lantern because of the blackout. The witness clearly described a source of blue light. A rudimentary candle or lantern wouldn't emit a color like that. Then the witness was clearly mistaken. The witness records everything he sees in his notebook. He even remembers the exact time that this encounter occurred. So why would he be incorrect about such a clear and obvious detail? No. What the witness saw was some form of magic. Due to the lack of power, it couldn't have been artificery. It must have been an arcane spell. That's it. Witness? I was mistaken about something. Please allow me to revise my testimony. Mr. Cuthbert, what are your thoughts? If he thinks he saw something different, then it's only fair to hear him out. It didn't matter. No matter what he came up with, I'd tear through each of his lies. I remember now. Yesterday, they said that Flintheart was killed using magic, yes? I must have seen Miss McCoy channeling a magic spell. The spell was called Mage Blade, wasn't it? That's it. The blue glow that I saw was created by Mage Blade. You're already so done. I see. So the blue light that you saw came from the defendant's magic? Mr. Cuthbert, you may proceed with your cross-examination. With pleasure. Okay, so we know this is a lie because Mage Blade is yellow, not blue, but we gotta press them. We have to know what they have to say. Are you changing your testimony based on yesterday's trial? No, that's not what this is. It's just that after thinking about it, I finally understood what I saw. Wouldn't that be pretty noticeable and distinct? The crime scene took place in a village of farmers, and the defendant's magic wasn't known to many until that night. What reason would the witness have to think that he was witnessing magic? He would just think that the sword was wreathed in a glow by some other means. The last part was a bit far-fetched, but I need something concrete to refute it. The spell's called Mage Blade, yes? You seem uncertain about the spell you saw. How could we trust the rest of your testimony? It doesn't matter if he was unable to identify the specific spell. The only thing that matters is that he saw it happen. You still don't sound so sure of yourself. I wasn't sure of it at first, but then I remembered that they found traces of magic at the crime scene. I didn't realize I was looking at a magic spell. Is it really so hard to believe? I suppose not. Not that I actually believe him. He just keeps telling lie after lie. She was trying to keep her composure, but her fists were firmly clenched. He's trying to cover up his mistake. I'm sure he's just making things up on the spot now. He doesn't know how magic works. I bet he barely understands what Mage Blade even does. Which meant that there had to be a flaw in his testimony. And you're about to get flabbergasted. That blue glow that was created with Mage Blade? Unfortunately, where's that Mage Blade? Roll that beautiful Mage Blade footage, please. Wait, where is it? Huh. I guess we use the spell compendium, even though it doesn't have, like, even though we're not looking at, like, oh, here we go, spells. We can present spells. Oh, that's very funny. That's very funny. Okay, glad we thought about that. Okay, but yeah. Object emits a yellow radiant glow. Don't think so, buddy. Don't think so, buddy. Rudolph, you don't know how much about magic, do you? Of course not. Are you trying to say that I should have recognized Celeste's Mage Blade? No. I admit that you probably wouldn't know what Mage Blade looks like, but that's exactly where you made your mistake. My mistake? Rudolph, if you were aware of how Mage Blade works, then you would know that the spell emits a yellow radiant glow, which means the blue glow you saw couldn't have possibly been Mage Blade. This is ridiculous. What's the significance of seeing a blue glow instead of a yellow one? It's extremely significant, prosecutor. If the witness saw a blue magical glow, then he must have witnessed a different spell at the scene. Preposterous. You don't have any evidence to support that claim. The blue light made a large impression on the witness. He wrote it down in his notebook. He even mentioned the color in both of his testimonies. I find it hard to believe that he'd be mistaken about something like that. So, what did you see, Mr. Rudolph? Did you see my client at the scene casting a spell that she couldn't possibly cast? Or did you actually see another mage at the scene? Well... Your Honor, the defense is completely out of line. Let me remind you that perjury is a crime, Rudolph. If you're found to have lied in your testimony, I will personally see to it that you're prosecuted. No, wait. Now that is quite enough of that. Oh, the classic. The classic. Garrick Pierce had stood up from within the gallery and walked into the witness stand, shoving Rudolph out of the way. He'd broken several laws from that one act alone, but no one moved to stop him. The bailiff looked to the judge warily and awaited instruction. The judge said nothing. His eyes simply narrowed as he waited for Pierce's next move. Pierce, there is no need for you to take the stand. Nonsense. I have nothing to hide. I will not stand idly by while your case falls apart. It seemed that for the first time, the prosecutor had lost control of the room. What is the meaning of this, Miss Steelwind? This is Garrick Pierce, Your Honor. I am the Honorable Lord of Cornhaven and many other villages in that region. I'm afraid I must apologize. These misunderstandings have been entirely my fault. What do you mean, Lord Pierce? You see, Rudolph was not the one who witnessed the crime that fateful night. It was me. I was the one who saw that gruesome attack. I had my driver report the bodies so that I could remain anonymous. Are you saying that you had Rudolph lie for you? I simply dictated to him what I saw and had him repeat that to law enforcement. With what's been in the news lately, it simply wouldn't do for a member of the nobility to appear publicly in court. But, alas, it appears the time for discretion has passed. Lord Pierce, regardless of your good intentions, this is a very clear act of perjury. I understand, and I will accept the consequences of that. However, I would be remiss if Rudolph's shoddy testimony allowed that girl to escape justice. Please, Your Honor, allow me to testify as to what I saw that night. Very well. This is highly irregular, but I believe the court will benefit from your testimony. However, know that this misconduct will not be without consequences. Very well. From the look on the Lord's face, it was clear he would only get off with a slap on the wrist. On the night of the murder, I found myself unable to sleep, so I took a leisurely carriage ride around Cornhaven. I happened to be passing by the McCoy Tavern when I heard a loud commotion from within the building. Curious, I stopped my carriage and took a single step inside the establishment. That is when I saw the scene inside. I saw the defendant stabbing that poor man with her sword. Garrick Pierce. He's a member of the nobility. That also means that he's a mage. Does that mean... There's no doubt about it. He's the only other person who could have left those traces of transmutation at the crime scene. He has to be the mage that we're looking for. He killed my dad. He's a murderer. Sorry, this must be a lot for you right now. Don't worry about me. Just take him down. Cross-examination! On the night of the murder, I found myself unable to sleep, so I took a leisurely carriage ride around Cornhaven. That seems like a strange way to pass the time. Not that I believe him for a second. The witness's eccentricities are beside the point. What matters is that he was clearly at the scene. I wouldn't quite put it that way. However, I happened to be passing by the McCoy Tavern when I heard a loud commotion from within the building. I'm guessing this commotion was the argument between my client and the victim. One would conclude that, yes. We've gone over this point several times, but their voices were raised loudly during their argument. It's not unreasonable to say that the witness heard them from his carriage. Curious, I stopped my carriage and took a single step inside the establishment. That is when I saw the scene inside. If he was at the tavern entrance, then that would mean he would be where the W token is. You saw the entire scene from the entrance? It would be quite dark considering that the lights weren't operational, even if my client was using Mage Blade at the time. Ah, of course. I'd forgotten that detail. I couldn't see what was happening, so I used my magic to illuminate the scene. You used magic at the crime scene? Yes. I remember it clearly. I conjured a blue light to illuminate the scene. The same blue light must have been what my driver saw. I thought that Rudolph didn't witness the crime at all. If I had to guess, Mr. Rudolph must have seen the blue light from the carriage. Because of that, he made the detail a part of his testimony earlier. That made sense. Rudolph was so sure that he saw a blue light, it would have been strange if he were lying about that. Which spell did you use to illuminate the crime scene? It was the Conjure Light spell. Conjure Light, spell, transmutation, incantation, luxo, gesture, none, duration, while concentrating, concentrate, yes. For as long as the caster concentrates on the spell, a mote of magical light will be centered above their head. The color of the light is chosen by the caster and can be changed at will for the spell's duration. This mote of light provided illumination up to 15 feet of the caster and no further. It's so funny. It's literally just D&D. It's literally just D&D logic on these spells. It's so cool. Because, as we can see from the crime scene map, Conjure Light only reaches 15 feet. So if they were standing right on this square, 5, 10, 15, it's not enough. It's not enough to see what would happen. It's too far in. Your Honor, if the witness used magic at the crime scene, then I'd like for his spell compendium to be added to the court record. I see no reason to invade the witness's privacy over a trivial illumination spell. I agree. The defense will need a stronger reason to requisition the witness's spell compendium. Right you are, Your Honor. Your wisdom is truly fitting for your station. Oh, shut up. I used Conjure Light to illuminate the scene from the tavern entrance. From there, I clearly saw the crime unfold. Casting a spell seems like a pretty significant detail to forget. For you, maybe. But for a practiced mage like myself, using magic is as natural as moving my arm. That could be possible. I use the Eye of Horror so much that I'm barely conscious of it half the time. I saw the defendant stabbing that poor man with her sword. Let me guess. Did she stab him from the opposite sides each time? Yes. Now that you mention it, I do recall that happening. Although I have no idea why she would do that. Unless you can prove that she didn't do exactly what I described. I suppose not. At least not yet, anyway. He keeps saying that he stood at the entrance the entire time. That has to be a lie. Right. If he stabbed Finhart, he wouldn't been a lot closer to him. How would I prove that, though? Okay. So I used Conjure Light to illuminate the scene from the tavern entrance. From there, I clearly saw the crime unfold. I think this one we have to use the crime scene map because it specifically talks about like his positioning. So, wait, no, not this one. We gotta do present crime scene map. Objection! Bam! Pierce, you said that you illuminated the scene from the tavern entrance. Did you take a single step inside the building? Of course not. I remember very clearly. I only stood at the entrance. Then maybe you can help me go over this map of the tavern. If we take a look at the map, that would place you right here where the W is. Of course. Do I need to repeat myself? Well, I find it interesting that you illuminated the crime scene from all the way back there, considering that Conjure Light only illuminates an area within 15 feet of the caster. What? Pierce, Conjure Light doesn't behave like a normal light source. It only provides illumination up to 15 feet of the caster. If you had stayed at the entrance, your spell wouldn't have shown you anything. The spell's range is irrelevant. We've already established that the victim would have been illuminated by Mage Blade. The witness clearly stated that he couldn't see what was happening. That was why he cast Conjure Light in the first place. But what does that mean? Lord Pierce, did you illuminate the crime scene or not? Well, I can answer that question for you, Your Honor. The witness did illuminate the scene of the crime. He illuminated it because he was standing right where it happened. Mr. Cuthbert, what are you getting at? Your Honor, the defense would like to formally accuse Garrick Pierce of murdering Flintheart McCoy. Hold on for a moment, this is absurd. I could have easily used a different spell to illuminate the room. And which spell would that be, Pierce? The specific spell escapes me. I'm not sure which one I used now that I think about it. You idiot. Well, maybe we can figure it out together. When you relinquish your spell compendium to the court. Steelwind, say something! If you would listen to my instructions, you wouldn't be in this situation. You've made your bed. Now lie in it. Steelwind, you treacherous! That's enough. It appears that the prosecution has no objections. With everything that has occurred, I'm afraid I must ask Lord Pierce to relinquish his spell compendium to the court. Pierce's spell compendium. Garrick Pierce's spell compendium. It contains the formulas of the following spells: Prestidigitation, Conjure Light, Conjure Water, Frost Wave, and Shape Liquid. We did it! We got his spell compendium! I'm looking at that right now. Has Mr. I didn't confessed yet? No, he has not yet, which is good, because the more he does that, the more we get to watch him squirm. Okay, so we haven't seen what his spells are. We haven't seen the specifics of his spells yet, so hopefully they'll be entered into our spells list soon. But we have his compendium, so we'll see in a second. With that, the case was as good as ours. Or was it? She didn't even try to stop me from taking a spell compendium. I doubted she'd do that just to spite Pierce. Okay, here we go. Prestidigitation. School evocation. Incantation. None. Gesture. A snap of the fingers. Duration. While concentrating. Concentration. Yes. The caster creates a simple and harmless visual effect around their hand. The effect will last for as long as they maintain concentration on the spell. Conjure water. Acquio. Gesture, outstretched palm. Duration, indefinitely. Concentration, yes. Causes water to magically flow out of the caster's hand. This water will flow so long as the caster maintains concentration on the spell. Frost wave. Outstretch both hands. Conjuration, school. Incantation, none. Duration, instant. Concentration, no. Anything caught within range is hit with a blast of extreme cold air. Liquids hit will be immediately frozen, and organic life will immediately enter stages of hypothermia. Shape liquid. Here we go. Transmutation is the school. Incantation. Fig aqua. Gesture. Point finger at the target. Duration while concentrating. Concentration, yes. While concentrating on this spell, the caster can magically manipulate up to 10 liters of liquid and form it into complex shapes. At any time, the caster can choose to freeze the liquid and solidify its current shape. While frozen, the caster can also choose to make the liquid instantaneously melt. This is the one. This is the one, baby. This is the one. Your Honor, I've looked at the spells in Lord Pierce's compendium. Conjure Light is the only spell that he can cast that would shed a blue light. It's clear that his testimony and many of his statements were false. That little brat! Such insolence! Lord Pierce could very well be a suspect in the murder of Flintheart McCoy. I'd argue that this presents enough reasonable doubt to acquit the defendant. Mr. Cuthbert, I acknowledge that Lord Pierce's actions are quite suspect. However, I will not pass a verdict just yet. There is much more we need to learn. What? That's not how it works. We proved that there's reasonable doubt. That should be enough to acquit me, right? In a normal case, maybe. But the situation is different for this trial. The public won't accept an unsolved homicide involving magic. Unless we can unequivocally prove your innocence, the court will keep drawing things out. What? But That's not fair. That's just how our system works. The kingdom has always cared more about easing public tensions than delivering justice. Are you serious? The court will be suspending the trial of Celeste McCoy until further notice. We have no choice but to give the Inquisition time to investigate Lord Pierce as a possible suspect. Objection. There we go. Alright. Welcome to the Phoenix Wright bullshit law. Yeah, though I'll be honest, people complain about that or like do it as a little gotcha, like actually it's not the defense attorney's job to figure out who the culprit is. Yeah, that's true, but then like that's not as compelling of a story. It's a plot contrivance. Yeah, and your tolerance to plot contrivances will of course dictate how well you resonate with a story, but I think if you're playing a mystery game and you are the protagonist of it, you kind of want to put yourself in the, power fantasy of solving the mystery. So, I think it's actually good to have those plot contrivances. I think it's good. That being said, that does not mean that I don't. I do like that Of the Devil doesn't feel like it has to make it, and it plays with like the rules more straight in that regard, where you're just trying to make sure that your client is proven innocent, not necessarily having to find out who is the real culprit, even though that has happened in both of the cases so far. So even when the game has a reason to not just point out who the killer is, it does want closure. So, it's good. It's good. Not that anyone here actually complained about that, but it's something that I keep thinking in my mind every time someone talks about it, like they're being a smart little hoo-hoo. Like, ooh, I've caught them in a little logical fallacy. And it's like, yeah, dog. There's also a guy dressed as like a red version of the main character who everyone has Shadow the Hedgehog syndrome over that messes up the like. It's a story. Also, a really good parody of the Japanese legal system, and it does also serve like a piece of political commentary. Like, there's just Sorry, I need some of that food. A possible suspect? The very idea of that is preposterous, Your Honor. What else did she have up her sleeve? Let's revisit the basic facts of this case. Flintheart McCoy was murdered using a blade with a transmutation spell active on it. Mr. Cuthbert, why don't you tell me the spells that Lord Pierce knows? His spells are Prestidigitation, Conjure Light, Conjure Water, Frost Wave, and Shape Liquid. Wait a minute! You've realized it too, haven't you? The witness doesn't know any transmutation spells that can be channeled through a solid object. Okay, another thing that's getting me every time we cut away to the court, the image that they have for the witness stand, the person there is too big. They have them sized up too big for it. The proportions are way off. It's like they're standing in a pit. That can't be right. Oh, that's a good model. That's a good drawing. I'll tell you one thing that I don't have a critique on for this game. The artist was spot on here. You're right. You're absolutely right, Steelwind. I see. If all of that is true, that would still leave the defendant as the only possible killer. But he was the only other mage there. It has to be him. But he doesn't know any transmutation spells that can be cast on your sword. We can't prove that he stabbed him while using magic. Wait, how did he do it then? She was right. How did he do it? Since the beginning, I've been bothered by the traces of transmutation magic surrounding Flintheart's body. Originally, I thought that the killer had somehow magically altered the sword and the surrounding wooden floor. Okay, I don't know why it brought that up. I guess it just wanted us to give a chance to look at all this stuff first. Unless I pressed a button. I think I might have pressed a button. But none of Pierce's spells could do something like that. Those transmutation traces were scattered all over the place. They didn't even fully cover the sword. So what if he didn't use a sword? What if he used something else? The defense did cast some doubt on this witness's testimony. Nevertheless, I must conclude that he could not have possibly committed the murder. With this in mind... Please, wait, Your Honor. We still can't rule out Pierce as a suspect just yet. What are you on about? Lady Steelwind said it herself. None of my spells could have been used to stab Flintheart. I don't know any spells that can be channeled through a blade. You stupid idiot. You dumb piece of shit. None of my spells can be stabbed with Flintheart. You stupid bastard. You fucking idiot. You dumb piece of fucking... What do you think you can do with ice, you idiot? Shape water. But you didn't use a metal blade, did you? What nonsense is this? The autopsy report clearly states that the wound was created by a blade. If he didn't channel magic through a blade, how could he have possibly committed the crime? Steelwind, Garrick Pierce didn't kill the victim using a sword. He killed him using an object shaped exactly like a sword. No. Does he know the truth? What? I'm afraid I don't quite understand, Mr. Cuthbert. Your Honor, I'd like to bring your attention to Pierce's spell compendium. Garrick Pierce knows a seemingly insignificant spell called Shape Liquid. With this, he can control any liquid and mold it into any complex shape that he wants. He could even freeze it, locking that shape in place. If he had enough water, he could create a sword made purely of ice. No. Is it possible that he... What do you have to say for yourself, Lord Pierce? That stubborn little brat. Pierce's breathing became frantic. He clearly wasn't prepared to be backed into a corner like this. I could feel his frustration, stress, and fear emanating through the eye of Horus. The board was set. I just had to deliver the final blow. These are the facts of this case! I'll tell you exactly what I have to say, you commoner. I'm not the one on trial here. We're here because that bastard child didn't know her place. I saw the murder. I witnessed everything. That girl used our holy arts to murder her father because she lacked a noble's temperament. Stupid fucking idiot. I saw the murder. I witnessed everything. Okay, but what do you want me to use for this one? Crime scene photos, let's get video, da-da-da-da. It's a pretty good line for this. I feel like there are way easier ways to kill someone with a spell that can control any liquid. Yeah, but I think the person who runs this universe isn't gonna let you bullshit the, yeah, well, someone's blood is made mostly of water, so can I just shape his water out of his body? Okay, I witnessed everything. It's gotta be the conjure light thing, right? And how, pray tell, did you see everything? If you recall, you testified that you only took a single step inside the inn. However, you would have needed to be within 15 feet to see my client with conjure light. This again? If you're going to keep treading on that one detail, then I admit it. I stepped further into the inn. I kept that out of my testimony, all because I knew that you and Tamura would use it against me. Lord Pierce. But you didn't just withhold that detail from your testimony, did you? You testified the contrary. You committed perjury, Pierce. Plain and simple. That's... And let's not stop there. For your story to be true, you would have needed to be within 15 feet of my client. According to your testimony, my client had just finished murdering her father. Wouldn't she have noticed you? If you were that close, then surely you were close enough to apprehend her. So why didn't you? Don't you have a duty to your citizens you lord over? Shut your filthy mouth! That woman was armed. I had no reason to put my life in danger. She was holding a blood-soaked sword. I was terrified when I saw her holding that bloody sword. She just murdered a man, and I might have very well been next. Holding a blood-soaked sword. She was holding a blood-soaked sword. She was holding a blood-soaked sword. She was holding a blood-soaked sword. That's kind of got blood on it. Maybe. It's hard to tell with all the magical after effects on it. It wouldn't be spell. It wouldn't be people. I don't think Mage Blade makes sense as counter evidence here, because nothing on it says that it obscures the object. So even if it was glowing a whole bunch. Man. She was holding a blood-soaked sword. No, I guess it's the crime scene photo, because it's just like lodged in him, like she never pulled it back out. So I guess it's got to be the crime scene photo. But that can't be right, can it, Lord Pierce? The photo of the crime scene shows that the sword was left inside the victim's body. How can she still be wielding it if it never left the body? What? Oh, damn you! Damn you! Steelwind, why aren't you saying anything? What? Steelwind froze. Even when I had the advantage, she always maintained her usual poise. But now she was scrambling for something to say. Nothing came to her. Lord Pierce, please calm down. How can I remain calm when this charlatan is trying to frame me? This is a complete travesty. I came here to reveal the truth and testify against that criminal. And what do I get instead? Slander by some lowly peasant. You talk about justice, but you've committed several acts of perjury to twist the outcome of this trial. You don't care about justice. You're just here to cover up your crime. You filthy little... So admit it, Pierce. You created a makeshift sword with shaped liquid and used it to impale Flintheart. You shoved my client's sword into the wound while the remnants of the real murder weapon melted. You thought it was a perfect crime, didn't you? Wait. What did he just say? What? Lord Pierce. My apologies, Your Honor. It's just that I realized something absolutely hilarious. The defense has put forward an interesting theory, but there's one problem with it. And what's that? I think you said it yourself. You shoved my client's sword into the wound while the remnants of the real murder weapon melted. You thought it would be the perfect crime, didn't you? You're right. It would have been a perfect crime, but any evidence to support that theory would have evaporated with that melted blade. What? No! He was right. Magical traces don't spread through physical contact. They're only detected on the objects they were cast on. If he used a blade of water to kill Flintheart, all of the water he used to make that sword would have evaporated by now. That would mean there would be nothing left of the murder weapon. You've spun quite the tale here today, but in the end, you don't have a shred of evidence to support it, do you? You have nothing! Isn't there anything we can do? I became quiet, thinking through each piece of evidence I'd found. They all fit into place except for one piece. Well, Tyrion, why isn't he saying anything? Is it really hopeless? Any worries she had disappeared. She probably saw the look on my face. It was familiar to her. It expressed the same quiet certainty I had every time I defeated her. I wasn't sure how, but there was something left of the murder weapon. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been any traces of transmutation at the crime scene. What is this? You can glare at me all you want. It won't change the fact that you've lost. I despise people like you. You twist this kingdom's laws to serve your own ends. You trample on the lives of the people you're supposed to be serving and protecting. But as long as I'm standing in this courtroom, I will never let that happen again.
Naught can remain concealed.
Whoa! What did I just do? I could feel my head being dragged into the ground. It felt like I was about to burst. At the same time, I felt extreme sense of clarity. It was as if nothing could be concealed from the eye of Horus now. I can't believe that peasant. He pushed me this far. Once again, I saw Pierce's thoughts, but this sensation felt sharper than it usually was. I could feel his mind reacting to mine as if it were a pond rippling around me as I stepped through it. I wondered, could I reach further in and pull something I could use? You've activated a new ability through the Eye of Horus. You can temporarily project items into the witness's mind and read their thoughts about it. These thoughts can sometimes reveal new information and grant you insight. Fill the insight gauge to proceed. Keji, thank you so much for raiding in. I hope you had a good evening. How did your stream go? How was all that? Folks, thank you all for stopping by. I'm Golden Nova, the lore laureate, the explaining expert. Usually my domain is Yu-Gi-Oh, but I like me some visual novels, and we're trying out Tyrion Cuthbert's Attorney for the Arcane, a Phoenix Wright style visual novel with a little magical twist to it, and it appears that we've just unlocked the next level of our protagonist's own innate ability to see into the minds of his opponents. So we get to project items into their mind. Very interesting. So is Tyrion more of an Apollo or a Phoenix in regard to magic powers? It's definitely an Apollo, but instead of catching people's intentions, he does the Athena Sykes thing of checking their emotions. So, which means that he's the combination of the two best Phoenix Wright defense attorneys. Okay, so... Let's do Flintheart's. I have a feeling that Pierce is the noble that caused Flintheart's sister's death. Am I thinking of such a thing? A piece of evidence didn't invoke any useful thoughts for him. Oh, okay. Never mind. Okay. Okay, the sword. An ornate sword. I wonder how a commoner came by such a thing. I should ask the Inquisition for it once the girl is convicted. I need to get to those games. Oh, you do. Oh, you do. I think Dual Destinies is the best one out of the entire series. Which is unfortunate because Spirit of Justice, which comes right after it, is absolutely... Ooh. But Dual Destinies is pretty good. Concert report? How did it come to this? No, he was the one who chose to spread dissidence against the crown. He should have known what would have happened. If it weren't me, it would have been someone else. You can't select me. Dang it. Oh no, we were already selecting me. Okay, let's try this. No, it's the same thing as beforehand. I did not know I could love you more, Nova. Screw Spirit of Justice. It's not like... it's just... There were parts of it that I liked. I think it has some of, like, the funniest, like, pun names. Though, I think that's because it's from, like... an angle of using like Indian or like East Asian names, so it hit me in a place that I'm not usually looking for puns. But the unique mechanic is just like it's tedious. I don't know. Okay, the lotus juice. I can't believe that boy figured out what spell I used. No matter. It's not as if there's any evidence that implicates me. I'm lucky that old fool had that bottle of water with him. Oh, there we go. A bottle of water. Well then, as riveting as this has been, I believe it's time for me to be on my way. Now, wait a minute, Pierce. What is it now, you cretin? I'll say it as many times as you need to hear. There is no evidence of a liquefied weapon at the crime scene. You're right, Pierce. If you used shaped liquid on a body of water, the murder weapon would have evaporated entirely. Bravo, it seems you've finally gotten the fact of your thick head. But let's not get ahead of ourselves, Pierce. What if you didn't use shaped liquid on a body of water? What if it were another type of liquid? What are you going on about? Pierce, shaped liquid doesn't just work on water. It works on all kinds of liquids. There was a shattered bottle next to the body. The liquid you used to form the murder weapon, it came from that bottle, didn't it? You were probably wary of leaving evidence at the crime scene. You must have decided to use any liquid you could find there. Luckily for you, the victim was holding the perfect quantity of liquid in his hands. That begs the question. If we had someone analyze the broken pieces of this bottle, would we find traces of transmutation magic? Do you think you can bluff me? We've already established that any water I supposedly shaped would have evaporated. Except the liquid contained in the bottle was not water. It was tea. So, what difference does that make? A blend of ice made out of water would have evaporated entirely, but a blade of frozen tea would leave a dry residue. The tea wouldn't completely evaporate. No. I wondered why there were so many traces of transmutation scattered around the crime scene. When I felt the texture of the floor, I thought a transmutation spell had caused some sort of chemical reaction with the wood. But the real answer was a lot simpler than that. The transmutation spell didn't alter the floor at all. It was just a stain from the spilled tea. I bet if we compared the tea residue on the floor to the residue inside the bottle, we'd find traces of transmutation on them. There's your murder weapon, Pierce. You have nowhere left to go. That's checkmate. Bailiff, send for Orem. The Inquisition needs to analyze the crime scene at once. We need to confirm the defense's theory. The time window to detect traces of magic is closing. I feel like there are way easier ways to kill someone with a broken bottle. Look, but then we wouldn't be using the magic of the setting, would we? Hey, Ryu, how's it going? The tea with leaves. I have the report from the Inquisition. What does it say? The traces on the sword, the body, even the floor, they all came from tea residue. We found those same traces on the shards of the broken bottle, too. It's undeniable. Someone cast a spell on the liquid contained within that container, and the defendant has no such spell. You really did it, didn't you? Why? As if someone like you would ever understand. Understand? You murdered my dad. Murdered? Murdered? I murdered her. I can't believe it. She's dead. Her smile, her beautiful voice, it's all gone. I deserve death. Stop this nonsense. Father! You're grieving, but it will pass. She was only a commoner. No, Father. I loved her, and I killed her. Garrick, you sweet, innocent child. Flowers may be beautiful and bring you joy, Do you call it murder when you accidentally step on one? These people, these peasants, they may resemble us, but you know deep in your heart that they aren't like us. What? We have the Scaled Lord's favor, and they do not. They were created to serve us, to be utilized by those of us who matter. Father, so don't fret over so much over a simple commoner. By next month, you'll have completely forgotten about that wretched thing. How could I have been so blind? She was a simple flower, nothing but a worthless peasant. They're all just peasants, all of them. Is it murder to protect my kingdom? Is it murder to peel weeds before they blight my land? That fool of a man was spreading poison, and I did my duty by removing him. You're a monster. I'm a nobleman, a chosen vessel of the Scaled Lord's will. You are all nothing. Do you honestly think you can indict me? My words carry more power than 100 of yours. Bailiff, escort Pierce to a holding cell. Steelwind? First-degree murder is punishable by execution, Lord Pierce. I suggest you remain silent lest you incriminate yourself further. You can't be serious. You, of all people, must understand the position I was in. Your father knows what it takes to maintain order. If not for me, shut your insidious mouth. I will never understand your sick, disgusting mind. I'd sooner slit my own throat. Well, what are you waiting for? Take him away. Yes, take him away at once. Master Duel's ban list has me in pain. Oh, Lord. What are they doing on the ban list, Ryu? What are they messing with this time? I cast Implode Skull. This spell has material components of rock. Bailiff, twist off his jewels. Okay, so I will say, it would have gone the extra mile because I did figure out that Garrick was the one that killed McCoy's sister. And because... Oh, okay, that's not fair. He did have, like, a why am I thinking of this now, and that didn't... Never mind. They did do something special for it, because it was different things for the other ones. Okay, never mind. My bad. I was going to think that they had messed up, but they were subtle about it. Never mind. They caught for it. My bad. They unbanned Kashtira Fenrir and Metamorphosis. That's crazy. That's absolutely crazy. I'm curious to see how much play Fenrir will see now. I can't believe it. We actually won. Tyrion, I know, Celeste. Tyrion. Teary-eyed, she threw her arms around me, embracing me tightly. I just stood there, wide-eyed, looking toward the gallery members who were staring at us. I was unsure of where to put my hands. That was remarkable. Miss Tamora, I'll be honest, when I realized that the murder weapon had evaporated, I thought that case was over. You did a great job of turning that around. It was just luck. If he'd used water, things would have ended very differently. It had nothing to do with luck. Not this time. You were able to deduce what liquid he used, and you did it just by looking at a few shards of broken glass. I knew your deductive skills were good, but that was incredible. It wasn't just deduction, though. I did something with the Eye of Horus today, something I'd never done before. I had an amazing ability, but I was starting to realize that I knew next to nothing about it. If I wanted to use it effectively, I needed to learn more. You're all quite lively. There's no need for such hostility, though I wouldn't expect any less from the Hound of the Eye Taker. What does she mean by that? I glanced at Miss Tamora, but she avoided eye contact with me. Sorry, what was that one more time? Hound of the Eye Taker? The Eye of Horus? Huh? One eye. Everyone's favorite speedword, Kashtira Fenrir. Yeah, it's the speedword that you grab off of everyone's second favorite speedword, Kashtira Unicorn. This has been Forces. Kashtira now can just cheat out Last Warrior from another planet, so I needed to cool off, so I came here. Happy to see this earlier. God, that's horrid. That can't be a real combo, though, right? Like, they're not really letting that happen, right? They are. That's crazy. That's unfortunate. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I couldn't see any thoughts to the Eye of Horus. Eldritch gets Exterio. Oh, you're right, it is level 10. That's so nasty. I must admit, I was hoping to test my mind against yours directly. However, your protege proved to be a worthy adversary. Is that some kind of game to you? You almost condemned an innocent girl to death. The courts operate by having two powers of opposition. When their powers are balanced, justice prevails, just like it did today. Your victory today was just the system working as intended. Huh, working as intended. You know very well our system only exists to protect your people. You can act as sanctimonious as you want. That doesn't change that with each passing day, your father butchers more and more innocents. I know. But I'm not my father. I walk a different path. I know you have no reason to believe me, so I let my actions speak for me. I look forward to doing battle with you again, Tyrion Cuthbert. Steelwind, why did you arrest Pierce at the end of the trial? I don't understand. He was right in a way. You didn't need to do that. He openly admitted to first-degree murder. Why wouldn't I have him arrested? Never mind then. I'm also looking forward to facing you again. Good. Hope to see you soon. My father, Manfred von Dharma. I do like... So, the thing about this is that I don't just want to play Phoenix Wright, but again, like, they just took all the tropes and they put new dresses on them. Obviously there's some carryover, but there has to be, like, actual unique characters, otherwise they're just copy-pastes. So, we're in this interesting place where our prosecutor is Edgeworth and Franziska, but post the core trilogy. This is a version of the Von Karma siblings that have accepted that their father was a douchebag and are trying to fix the system internally. So it's kind of parallels how our main protagonist is a little bit of a bumbler, but that's because of an experience. Tyrion is, like, more confident. Tyrion's got, like, a sense of justice, like a sense of, like, drive to be good. So we're kind of experiencing an origin story if Phoenix and Edgeworth were already past their, like, first stage of character development, so we can see from this point how they develop. So I think that could be interesting. We run the risk of them already being too developed to care about them, but that will be for the rest of the story to tell us. If you fought her father in a Von Karma style finish, that would go crazy. They're setting up Lucio Steelwind to be, like, a big guy, right? Like, they have to be. The same thing as I wrote that. I think her father could serve as a Von Karma type with enough of a twist to be interesting. See, what I think is wild, though, is that in the Phoenix Wright universe, Von Karma is, like, the perfect prosecutor that everyone, like has a feeling that they like do stuff behind the scenes that's shady, but no one's pinned him on it. But right now, Lucio Steelwind is a general in the army who already makes a point of just slaughtering civilians whenever he feels justified. So what's the court scene like? If he murders like a single person, then he's all like, I don't know, I've got military immunity. I felt that it needed to kill him for the good of the country. What are you gonna do about it? I've already killed 1,000 other people, so it does leave room for like an interesting, how do we believably bring this guy to justice in the system? We almost didn't get this guy because he was a noble, so I'm intrigued. I'm intrigued. I still couldn't tell what she was thinking, even with the Eye of Horus. She definitely wasn't the bloodthirsty killer that her father was. Well, that kind of killed the mood, didn't it? Not at all. I think we should... Oh. I think we should celebrate. What are you thinking? There's this high-class restaurant in the upper quarter of Raython. They usually only serve nobles, but they let anyone if they have enough gold. Wait. Do you have enough gold? I have some connections with the staff. Don't worry about it. Maybe it's more of a Gantz type. That's true. Yeah, it would be the Gantz situation. How do you prosecute someone at the top of the system? Extrajudicial murder with all the magic, I mean, where you have to pull tricks to get the law invoked. You know what? I think you're onto something. It would be something similar to that for sure. These last 2 days marked the beginning of my journey into the world of law and magic. Our justice system was broken, rotten from the inside. But I had a voice now. I would never stop fighting. With my skills and the Eye of Horus, I knew nothing could stop me. Or, at least, that's what I'd hoped. This feeling, I knew it. His radiant soul is finally ripe for the reaping. Even this small speck of time has felt like an eternity. I can't wait any longer. I can't wait to see that wretched light drain from his eyes. Lloyd von Sanctus. I don't know anything about this guy, but this isn't even like Duel Links. This is like the dual terminal cabinets art style. Very that. B, incredible. William, please, I implore you. I know you're excited, but don't you think you're moving far too quickly? Look at the... I can't believe they put Adam Driver in my Magic Ace Attorney game. This is crazy. The head of House von Sanctus and the Duke of Commerce. Oh, this is the guy we're gonna have that chess match with. His noble house is one of the four pillar families. His family is responsible for managing trade and commerce throughout Wivengard. Nonsense. Everything has been going according to plan. William Frege, Duke, the head of House Frege and the Duke of Finance. His noble house is one of the four pillar families responsible for tax collection and the exchange of resources. House Frege owns and controls every banking house in Wivengard. Adam Driver is Queen Elizabeth. Lord von Sanctus shifted nervously, his rat-like posture practically shuddering. William Frege, on the other hand, only seemed bothered by Lloyd's incessant chittering. They both held the status of Duke, but only William wore it rather than the other way around. I have advocated for the Arcurians more than anyone else, but I haven't had enough time to look into them. The Arcurians are an efficient yet simple folk. The only thing they care about is filling their coffers, and I'm quite proficient in that language. And what of the Grand General? Who do you think pays for all his soldiers? You may be able to get to the ground forces, but his extended family is something else entirely. If you threaten them like this, they will respond in kind. Loyalty can be bought, the same as any other commodity. Every house has a weak link. It's only a matter of time before I find his. William! Enough! This meeting is an opportunity for us to finally pull the Minister of Justice to our side. I will not squander it. We will take Wyverngard from Lucio today. Oh? Grow a spine while you're at it. You're a duke for crying out loud. Lloyd just exhaled deeply as he followed William to the meeting room. Oh, they've arrived. Coraline Sybil, Duchess, 38. The head of House Sybil and the Minister of Justice. Her noble house is one of the 4 pillar families and is the most powerful of them. Her family has managed the judicial and legislative branches of Wyverngard's government for generations. Sorry, folks. Cat break. Sorry, folks. Tempest is here. Tempest needs attention. She's asked for it. She's been so nice. Occupation, forehead with person attached. Forehead with the person attached. There we go. Noah's voice had never failed to amuse me. Glad to hear. Glad to hear. Bill's head is built like a brick house. He's a duke. If he needs a spine, he'll purchase one. I will simply go and grab a spine from the local towns. Oh, boobity boobity. Hello. Hello, baby. Baby time. Time for baby. Hello. Hello. No. No, I don't like this. This is terrible. No, but you like the chin scratches, don't you? My ancient gag. I think I'm doing a little too low of a registry for doing the Crowler voice. Now I will say I am quite fond of using my ancient gears to destroy those pesky slifer slackers. General Patton got a drop in this game. I love the smell of shaped napalm in the morning. You beautiful bastard, I read your spell book! See? You had nothing to worry about, Your Grace. Remus Virgile. It seemed that the Minister of Justice and the High Speaker had already arrived. Coraline Sybil and Theon Archaeus were the most powerful people in this room, in theory. They represented the justice system and the church respectively, but both of their heads were always in the clouds. Their dispositions made them more akin to cattle than could be distracted and coaxed with shiny trinkets. Coraline was always ruminating about fate and the cosmos. She'd often confuse astrology with philosophy. If I was on call, we would have said the spellbook line at the same time. Oh, man. Well, in the future, I imagine this is going to wrap up soon, because we just finished that case, but in the future, you are always welcome to join me in whatever exploits are happening. So, next time we do this, and you want to, please let me know. It took the part of my brain when I was watching progression polls. I'm glad. We had good voices on progression polls. Theon was blinded by his obsession with the Scaled Lord and his stories. William was almost certain that his noble house had written half of those stories. I was worried that something had befallen your convoy. I've been praying to the Scaled Lord for your safety. Theon Archaeus, High Speaker, the devout leader of the Church of Bahamut. Okay, so our Scaled Lord does have a name. I don't think I've met anyone who reveres the Scaled Lord as much as he does. Oh man, what a... So this is just Excelsius Winter, right? Like they put him in like the fantasy garb. They put him in a Ren Fair after his trial. They universe swapped him. Just casually drops the name of the Platinum Dragon. It's whatever. Trustworthy looking man, very true. You two are late. Remus Virgile, Royal Advisor. A mysterious lord who appears to be close to the royal family. Apparently, he's the royal advisor to the King of Wyverngard. I wonder why I've never heard of him before. What's going on? Who's writing this? Huh? What's going on? Who's writing this? From the looks of it, we're not the only ones. And the Grand General not be arsed to show up? It's because of his foolishness that we've gathered. That's not entirely true. Really? And what of his recent bloodbath in the countryside? Word on the grapevine says that his men tossed a clergyman from the top of a bell tower. The man is so bloodthirsty, we should check his pantry for the children he's slaughtered. William? we have assembled here to discuss the lack of unity between the four pillars. Unity? Spare me. House Frigga, House von Sanctus, and House Sybil are closer than they've ever been. The Steel Winds are the odd ones out. Unity requires trust, and he has done nothing but spill the blood of the people we've trusted him to protect. His recent actions have been excessive. No one here is disputing that. My dear Duchess, his excess has merchants refusing to move caravans throughout the countryside. The commoners are crying for justice and turning to insurrection, something that the Grand General is supposed to be putting a stop to. The other nations whisper about us like we're a barbarian state dressed in fancy robes. They put Louis' metaphor in the Ageification chamber. Oh my god, they daddied Louis? Louis Guillaburn? Trade has slowed. The Scale Lord teaches that prosperity is a covenant between every man in Wivengard. House Steelwind carries the burden of protecting Wivengard's borders. As mishandled as these situations have been, he's not massacring these villagers for his own amusement. You could have fooled me. A leader wins respect and loyalty. He doesn't hold his people hostage. Mark my words, if this bloodshed continues, the commoners will revolt. These recent insurrections are just the start, and this will only continue if we allow Lucio's daughter to take the throne. If we're discussing Lady Steelwind's marriage to the Crown Prince, surely he should be a part of this meeting as well. Please, what could that bright-eyed boy contribute to this conversation? The only thing he's good for is holding fundraisers and cutting red ribbons. Isn't that right, Tempest? The most devious beast of them all. I've seen you slaughter a whole contingent of armored knights with nothing but your left pinky claw. Truly a man, truly a creature of honor and death. Frigga looks like a guy we should dislike, but he's kind of spitting a little bit. Kind of. I think it helps that he kind of looks like, I'm forgetting the actor's name. There's Agent J and Agent K from, like, Men in Black. Whichever one isn't Will Smith. He's got kind of that guy's face. William, he's the heir to the throne. Come now. The true rulers of Wyverngard are all assembled in this room. Tommy Lee Jones, thank you. He does kind of have a Tommy Lee Jones face. Here, come on, Tempest. Down you go. Down you go. I'll admit the House of Lords has received more petitions against Lucio than any other general in Wyverngard's history. The church has also been unable to collect as many tithes as before. Even the most faithful are asking whether the Scaled Lord would support such cruelty. Their faith is faltering. This cannot be allowed to continue. Uh-oh. Oh, look who finally decided to show up. Okay, so this is where this turns into three houses, right? Like, this is where it turns into three houses. What's a voice I haven't... What's a voice I can do for this one? I know I'm late. I was caught in a debrief. I find this gathering to be pointless anyway. You're getting axed, Jack. No, I gotta save all my Joe Biden impressions for tomorrow. How dare you, Grand General? Have you no sense of respect? What use would respect be to ones who can't command it? Will you demand my respect, Master of Abjuration? Well, Leave him alone, Lucio. We were just discussing your recent catastrophe in the countryside. From what I've heard, the death toll has been astronomical. Did you beat your record? I have done... If you have something to say, then say it plainly, Frigga. House Frigga would like to move to have the Steel Winds stripped of their authority and control of Wyverngard's military. Lloyd, Coraline, and the Church agree with me on this matter. Is that so? I mean, we of House von Sanctus stand with House Frigga on this matter. Hello. Oh, she's so cuddly tonight. She wants to be on me, but she doesn't want to be held. She's just getting everywhere. I get to smooch Edelgard and kill the Dragon Pope? Yeah, that's what it is now. I need to get back to Three Houses. You do. It's a good game. I'm sorry, Lucio, but it's difficult to argue against what the reports have been saying. I will bring this matter to the House of Lords. We'll hold a vote. Then the House of Lords should know about what my agents have discovered. The Eastern Kingdoms have joined the Union. What? Surely this can't be true. It is. I'm sure the Ordo Australis will be announcing it publicly within the week. Wyverngard is now the only nation in the world that hasn't joined their alliance? Correct. The only thing acting as a deterrent to our enemies is the high evocation magic of House Steelwind. Do you think the House of Lords will be willing to oust the most powerful war mages from our ranks? Lucio. Now, if you're done gnashing your teeth, William, I have to meet with the rest of my house. We'll have to prepare in case the Luminites become bold enough to bring war to the western border. Lucio, wait! Damn it all! Since when were those I can't say that! You can't make me say that! Oh no! Almost got me there. Almost got me there. No, I'm not gonna. Since when were they so friendly with the Ordo Australis? I can't believe the Luminites would suffer the company. I can't be saying. No. What? Okay. Actually, their culture is very rich. I, for one, quite enjoy many of their... Shut up, Lloyd! We'll need to expedite our plans. What? Get the Arcarians on the line. I will have words with them. I retract any statements regarding Frigga and any spitting. Yeah, he's kind of like, yeah. He's kind of like that conservative relative that maybe has got like 60% of the way there, but just hasn't really gotten past that 61% barrier in their understanding of the world. If I'm not allowed to say slurs, then my freedom of speech has been stripped from me. Can you imagine the kind of world we'd live in if I couldn't say... Well, and then you can just fill that in with whatever you want. You have business with Arcaris? We're brokering a trade deal. I'm sure the House of Lords will be seeing it soon. It seems the Cosmos is in our favor, then. They're the only ally we have left. Stay safe, Coraline. You too, Lloyd. Please tell me these stories aren't true. Lucio! You already know the answer, Your Grace. How could you? I thought you would never get involved in matters of the state. People are dying, Lucio. Children are dying under your watch. Do you truly think me capable of such atrocities, Your Grace? If you do, then strike me down now. You have the power to do so. You know I won't do that, Lucio. Then stay out of my way. What has become of all of you? Oh, so are they the real king? Are they the real dude? Or are they just acting as advisor? I hate that my mind immediately went to the slur against my albums. Mostly because my uncle is a prick and unironically says that. Wow, cool. Thanks, uncle. Pierce, you have a visitor. Steelwind's brat again. I'm in no mood for another sanctimonious lecture. Gary. Jolene? Time has not been kind to you. Are you kidding me? Time has not been kind to you, buddy. I think you gotta get a spell of shape eyeglasses, you punk. Excuse you. I'll have you know that I still got mistaken for 20 everywhere I go. And I believe them. I suppose some things never change. Let's get on with it then. What? Go on. Yell at me. Curse at me. I doubt anyone would lift a finger if you opened this cell and beat me half to death. So, do it. I forgive you. What? I forgive you for killing my husband, Garrick. Have you lost your mind? Do you think I feel any remorse? Do you think I'm still that weak child? I just don't have the energy for it. I saw what that resentment did to my husband. It festered inside of him, like an infection. I'm the only family Celeste has left. If only you knew where she really came from. I don't need to. She's reckless, stubborn, and a little spoiled, too. She takes after me in a lot of ways, and she takes a little too much after her father. But she's a good person. She's the kindest person I've ever known, and I'm proud to call her my daughter. Then you're a fool. Gary, Flintheart didn't blame me for what happened to Effie. That's a lie. All he ever did was blame me. He didn't blame you until you shut yourself away in your manor. We were all in so much pain over what happened, and you abandoned us. Did you expect me to apologize for that? Effie always loved that spell. What? You remember how she danced in the lake while you shaped the water around her feet? She thought that spell was the most beautiful thing she'd ever seen. That person died a long time ago. Effie, or you? You're a weed. Excuse me? That's all you are, Jolene. A wilting weed on the road, waiting to be trampled over by this cold, wretched world. Do you think yourself virtuous for spewing out such empty platitudes? Admit it. You hate me. You despise me. If you could stomach it, you'd climb into this cell and plunge a blade into my chest, just like I did to your husband. No. Right now, I only feel sorry for you. I never thought you were weak. You were the kindest person I knew. I miss that man. But you're right. He's gone now. Good luck with your trial, Garrick. I don't need luck. With my connections, I'll be out of this cell by week's end. Ah! I'll show you. I'll show you all. Your daughter will be of use to me yet. The cold-hearted aristocrat has been completed. Uh-oh. Looks like we haven't heard the last of Garrick Pierce.